The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is May the 16th, 2021. And if you want to join the conversation tonight, all you have to do is dial the number at 1717-908-1834. And I'll get you on the show here. I'm back. I've been gone for a while, but I'm back in the saddle. So we're doing this thing again. You know, I don't mind doing Talk Real Solutions. It is I guess you can consider it like a hobby of mine. You know, back in the day, people thought I was trying to save the damn black community and all this kind of bullshit. But I always looked at it as being like something to do with your time and all of that kind of stuff. And then if I expressed that to people, they would say, well, you ain't serious. You ain't trying to save black people. Blah, 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 blah. And I'd be like, you know, I can't even speak to that mentality. I was just checking my audio here to make sure everything's going fine. I can't even speak to that mentality because people, it's not like we don't have a history in this country to where, yes, something needs to happen, and immediate something needs to happen to affect immediate change for our community. But to look at one individual such as myself with no credentials, no credibility, with no power whatsoever on a small time platform like this and say, hey, you here to save black people, you know, that's kind of crazy. But I let it go. You know, a lot of people had that mentality, but I didn't even want to speak to it because to speak to it, you would be speaking to hurt. You'd be speaking to pain, and people would get more and more frustrated if you just try to explain to them, yes, it's important, but realize where you at in this space on Talk Real Solutions. You know, we get our ideas out here, and some might take it and learn something from it, which is a good thing, and some might take it and you know, just look at it as a critique because of some of the people that we have on here. But it is what it is, you know. As long as I feel like I'm generating a conversation, people are having a conversation about whatever topics. I think that that does you good psychologically. It does good for the community because they got something else to come listen to. But it's not no saving grace for the entire black community. But some of the people on social media literally get on here, and that's their platform, is that they are here to save black people. We're going to build a school for black boys. We are going to separate the American blacks from the blacks that migrated over here, like Nasheed does, and all of this kind of crap. You know, that's just not me. I don't mind the information whenever it comes because it's a conversation and it's entertainment and all that kind of stuff. And some people might get something from it, but that's just me. I don't know how the hell I got in that rant, but that's what that's the way I look at it, especially now. You know, we have all kind of people come through here. They engaged in the platform. They enjoyed themselves. And some people didn't enjoy themselves, and some people act the fool and all that kind of stuff. But it is what it is. You know, this is Talk Real Solutions, and that's what we do over here. And that's what be going on, actually, if you look at it, when people are allowed to freely express themselves, give their opinions, and get real feedback without being cut off or monitored, then yeah, you're talking real solutions. Now what get solved? That's a whole nother story. Maybe the person that raised hell over here get some sleep that night. I don't know. But that's what it is. But I'm back. I took a little break, and I, kind of have to get my head together. And here I am looking at these damn POLITIRICKS again. That's what I named the show. I'm so tired of POLITIRICKS. When you look at what's going on in POLITIRICKS, you can see a whole lot of shit that has confused America when it comes to these politicians. No matter, well, I ain't gonna say no matter, because the Democrats are holding the line right now, and to try to drag them into this critique would be just both sides in it, like everybody do. And there is no both sides whenever it comes to what we see in politics right now. There is no both sides. There is no, the Democrats do it, the Republicans do it. There is none of that. And there has been none of that since Donald Trump first showed up on the scene, right? First showed up on the scene in that Hollywood Access bus talking about grabbing women by the vagina. That is the first time that I can remember in political history in America that we heard such vulgar language coming from a politician. And initially, people pushed him aside for that, saying, that they was sticking to the old rules, saying that's not allowed. This guy's a disgrace. He should not be saying that about women, And then as we seen time go on, and it didn't take long for them to embrace that candidate, no matter how vulgar he presented himself on the political stage. And that grew into, wow. And let's put blame where it belongs. When you look at Donald Trump's candidacy and you look at his opponent, there was a hate in this country for the Clintons at that time. So when you look at him, and Democrats can try to shy away from this all they want to, they should not have put up Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump. Well, I'll handle the elephant in the room first. You had a woman running for the president of the United States. Even though it was 2015, 2016, and this country has grown a lot, this country was not ready for that, right? The last woman to I think she ran for vice president with Geraldine Ferraro or something like that. That was a while back. And that country was not ready for that. So to put Hillary Clinton as a leading candidate, right, against a white male in this country, you was asking for defeat already. So another thing, Trump got his own baggage. But if you, in hindsight, it's 2020, if you looking back at that race, another thing was that the Clintons came with a whole lot of luggage, a whole lot of baggage, a whole lot of dirt, right? And that was pounced on by the propaganda from Russia, from QAnon, from different people that just did not like the Clintons. And of course, the Monica Lewinsky thing where, they should have impeached him fully for doing that in the White House. Talk about gross shit as the president. But they didn't. And then to add to that, you look at the president that he was replacing, which was the biggest reason that Donald Trump won, which was Barack Obama. The best president that this country's ever had. Hands down. But for white America, that was a bridge too far to have such a successful family in the White House, and they be African American, And Barack Obama, you know, he was biracial or whatever, but he was a black president. That was a bit too far for this country to look at black people have that type of power. It scared them, right? And it didn't matter at that point in time. When you look at all the baggage with Clinton, when you look at all the shit that Bill Clinton did, Hillary Clinton was easy to smear because of all the conspiracies that surrounded her family already. This country jumped on these conspiracies when it came to Hillary Clinton, the Benghazi and them killing people, Seth Rich and all of this kind of crap. They jumped on all that kind of stuff with Hillary Clinton, you know, and the Benghazi investigation saying that Hillary Clinton was responsible for American death as the Secretary of State, that kind of stuck with people. And then, like I said, the Russia propaganda that piled on about Hillary Clinton, you know, it wasn't propaganda, but, you know, they emphasized the fact that back in the day, Hillary Clinton was telling black people to heal the black violence in this country. And it is directing that towards the black country. All of the black community, all that stuff piled on to Hillary Clinton. And Donald Trump, even though he was the unqualified candidate, in my opinion, he did not know the first thing about politics. He was just not ready for prime time when it comes to politics, and he still ain't, in my opinion. But it didn't matter to this country. All they seen was a white male that they could be led by. And that man happened to be Donald Trump. And because they put all the eggs in the basket with Donald Trump, they was going to stand by it. You know, that's people not having humility to say, my bad, this guy's unqualified. You know, people not being able to humble themselves and saying we picked the wrong candidate to lead the country. They're not able to, so they had to commit. They had to commit to this unqualified idiot as the leader of the free world. You know, if you're on the other side of the political spectrum, real quick, we don't mind telling you that our candidate is flawed. We don't mind telling you that we don't want this guy. We don't mind telling you, no, you can't do it because you slept with so-and-so, or no, you can't do it because you stole his money, or you're going to have to, the other side will go ahead and dismiss your ass real quick so they can get somebody that's qualified up here. All right? But whenever white America makes a decision, because of the arrogance ingrained in white America, because you cannot tell white America they're wrong, because they are better than you, because every decision they make is right. When it came to that election, you had that same mentality to put forth a flawed, unqualified candidate. And once he won, oh, it was on then. It was on. Because he won, the decision that they made to hold on to him for a candidate was validated because now he's the president. And we know the president is the most powerful person in the world. So with that guy in that position, of course, everything he does is right because now he's making laws, supposedly. Now he has the power to rule and dictate. So yes, they're going to fall behind him. All of these politicians, in part, that's the reason that they fell in line and are falling in line right now, is because white America wants power. And when Donald Trump won, he represented power. That's what you do as a human. You cheer on the winning team. Right? So it's in them to even though this guy at Access Hollywood cheated on his wife, stealing money, got all of these things going on with him, racist. They had to double down on the decision to um, support him as being the president of the United States. And, you know, long story short, you fast forward to today, everything that that man do, say, no matter how immoral, no matter how disgusting, no matter what he's break, no matter what he says that is racist on the political stage, no matter how he put America at health at risk by killing millions, tens of millions of people during the global pandemic, no matter how he screwed this economy over by putting us in, I think it's like $8 trillion in debt, no matter if he give his rich buddies tax breaks and says screw the working class people in this country, it doesn't matter. They will come up with an excuse to support the decisions this idiot makes. That's what the Republicans do. Even though I was a young person, young man, whenever I heard Reagan say trickle down economics, and you probably feel the same way, you knew something wasn't right about that economic model. You just felt it. Because in an economy, it has to be structure and policies to distribute the pay, the wages, and the benefits to the employers, to the companies, to the employees in such a way that you can see it on paper, right? I come work for you, you pay me $15 an hour, right? For example. Not I come work for you and your company make all this money and I wait for you to decide with your heart if you're going to raise my $15 an hour or not because you want it to trickle down. That ain't the way fucking policies work. It ain't the way economics work. But when Ronald Reagan and his administration came up with this goofy ass concept of trickle down economics, I don't know why the hell it took a hole in this damn country. But it did. And I brought that up to say how the Republicans will follow behind whatever dumb policies are put in place by their political leader. So back to Trump, it didn't matter what he did. It didn't matter what he said. Mexico gonna pay for the wall, which is the dumbest thing as a soldier that I've ever heard. You're going to get another country to pay for our country's infrastructure or projects or building. You can't do that. But that was one of the first things he said on the campaign trail. He's going to get another country to economically do some type of infrastructure project on the southern border for America. I don't know why at that point in time people didn't say, okay, this guy's full of shit. But I guess it was too late then, right? That shows you how that party and the minions and the dumbass cultists that follow that goddamn party, it didn't matter what Donald Trump said. He stood on stage and called being racist and called Mexicans robbers and rapists and all that. He was talking to his constituents in America, calling part of the people who immigrated here robbers and murderers and rapists and all this. He stood on stage and did that, but they didn't give a fuck what that racist ass man said about the Mexicans because he was a white male. He represented power, right? So they were going to follow behind him. And then you keep going fast forward because there's a lot of shit that this motherfucker did that I would have to sit up here for weeks on end to go down the list to tell you how corrupt and unqualified this guy was as the president of the, and cheated. That's what the New York court case is about right now. Is Donald Trump is an illegitimate president. He hid information from the voting public, which is illegal. He hid the fact that he paid campaign finance money to Stormy Daniels and the other lady and the doorman. He wrote a whole bunch of checks, right? To conceal from the American public what he done so he could win an election. That makes him an illegitimate fucking president. He cheated. Forget about Russia's help, because they did help him. Russia did help Donald Trump win. He had that going too. The way Russia helped Donald Trump win was by starting this big old campaign, this political smear campaign against Hillary Clinton. That wasn't all the damn Republicans doing that. They ain't smart enough to do that. Russia been in this game for a long time. They know how to do propaganda. They do it well. So next thing you know, you hear Hillary Clinton eating babies, or Hillary Clinton 300,000 emails, or Hillary Clinton murdered some goddamn body. All that shit came from Russia, right? So the American public was eating that up, helping Donald Trump win, while Donald Trump paying money to the doormen and strippers and Michael Cohen to hide information from the American public so he can steal the election. If you think about it, that's why he is so resistant to the 2020 election, because he know that he stole that one and he was trying to steal this one again. So he got away with stealing the election the first time, right? He got away with it. Fair and clean. He got away with stealing the fucking election. So why wouldn't he expect the next time he could use the same corrupt tactics to steal the next election? That's why he's so upset. Because it worked the fucking first time. Read the Robert Mueller report. Read the Robert Mueller report. It tells you how Donald Trump colluded with the damn Russians. He had a meeting in Trump Tower with the Russians. Before all that shit that I was arguing with Sarge about years ago, that shit was true. It was not no fucking fantasy. Those were facts. So he stole that election, and he's pissed off that he couldn't steal this one. And the reason that he's in court today, and I'm so tired of these goddamn POLITIRICKS, is because he paid all that money to hide information from the public. Now, you will get people that are Trump supporters and Democrat haters and liberal haters come on here and try to belittle what's going on in New York by saying it's all a liberal attack against. No. When you're in a courtroom, and as Black Americans, we get hit over the head with this all the time. When you're in a courtroom, there is no room for bullshit, right? You have to swear in on the Bible, right? You have to tell the truth on the penalty of perjury, right? So if you go in the courtroom and testify, there is no other choice but for you to present evidence, truthful evidence, or your ass is going to go in shackles too. That's the whole purpose behind witnesses and testimony and evidence. So as they present their testimony and evidence and show proof in the New York courtroom right now, you cannot dispute that. You cannot dispute that Donald Trump wrote a check to Michael Cohen to pay him back for paying Stormy Daniels to keep quiet, right? Because to corroborate that, you got a magazine that had bought the story so it can stomp it out. So you got two things showing that this thing was trying to be hid. It ain't only Michael Cohen, right? And then on top of that, you got witnesses like his staff, who he ran his mouth to, that is now getting put on the stand to where he's told them what he was going to do. You got secret recordings of him telling them to pay the money. You got all of this evidence of the guilt of this corrupt politician who stole the American election. You got all of this evidence in the courtroom that is being presented. And the cultists, the Trump cultists, the bobbleheads, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, they're just going to turn away and not even pay attention to the facts that are being presented. So there is no use to even having a debate with an idiot like Sarge or a stupid motherfucker like ABC when it comes to the evidence and the truth and the facts that are being presented in the courtroom against the person that they want to be their king, that they support, that somehow or another the Trump way of doing things is the way America should be. There's no need in talking to them idiots because they don't want to hear it. You know, we see what's going on. You know, at least a great deal of this people that listen to me, all two of you, y'all know what the hell going on. Those guys have drunk the motherfucking Kool-Aid. Right? They have drunk the Kool-Aid. So it's just ridiculous. But for America, for the country that I spent so much time defending, so much of my life defending, to be brought down to its knees and almost destroyed by someone like Donald Trump, that kind of hits close to home now. I ain't gonna lie. It shows the underbelly. It shows how weak and flawed we really are. It shows that even though years and years of people defending that Constitution and law in this country, that you have weak points in the core structure of this country that can be exploited. And it won't take much for somebody to overthrow this democracy. Because you say, well, he was up there for 4 years and blah, 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 right? But the reason I said it won't take much, because all it took was for one idiot to win the election, for one idiot to get power. And then one idiot started changing the rules, replacing people in the Pentagon, replacing people in the White House with people who were yes men that would do his bidding, right? And then you've seen an uptick in violence. The entire time Donald Trump was in the White House, there was riots in the street. No one talks about that. How many riots do you see up under the Biden administration? You can count Colombia because of the war, but I wouldn't even put that on Biden. But the entire time Donald Trump was in the White House, you seen riots in the street. You seen Black Lives Matter out there protesting for black men and women and children that was murdered in this goddamn country. You see the women out there protesting. They said it was one of the biggest women protests in history when Donald Trump got in the office, right? There was riots in the street when Donald Trump, this country was out of goddamn control. You seen the riot and the protest in Washington where the president himself came out and attacked American citizens, unheard of in this country's fucking history. Attacked a black protest. The president did that. And then it was said that he was questioning whether he could shoot the black protesters in the knee. The president of the United States overturned the norms of this goddamn country and turned it into something I don't even know what the fuck it was when Donald Trump was president. I really don't. And it's hard to get my mind back into a place to where America was right now because of all of these goddamn politics that we see being played by the right-wing extremist racists of America. They're constantly on the radio. They're constantly on the YouTube channel. You constantly see this fool, Marjorie Taylor Greene, making somebody's goddamn news feed. Lauren Boebert in the theater getting felt up and jacking somebody off. Matt Gaetz being accused of child molestation and all this kind of stuff. All the Republicans in Georgia that is being dealt with by Fani Willis, who tried to overthrow the election, right? In Colorado, Arkansas, all of these places where these politicians from the right wing of America tried to unend and uproot democracy. This is what got me fucked up. And guess what? It is 2024. And because they're white people, they didn't get held accountable whenever they broke the law. There wasn't immediate accountability for these people. Here we are, what, 6, 7 years later. And all the people that broke into the House of Representatives on January the 6th, all the people that colluded and planned and to send up these fake electors and all this kind of, all these people that broke the laws, they're still not in jail. Rudy Giuliani is running around here free as a motherfucking bird. And as an attorney or a lawyer, previously he broke every goddamn law. I don't know. He defamed those women down in Georgia. He went over to Ukraine, right? Tried to make up a lie on Joe Biden and had that country get in touch with Donald Trump and try to, I mean, he's running around free as a motherfucking bird. Ken Cheeseborough, all these people, the Trump administration, all of those Republicans that broke all these fucking laws are still running around. Sidney Powell, still running around free as a goddamn bird. Now, I'm not saying some didn't go to jail and some didn't get held accountable, because there's some did. But the justice system in America seems to be at a slow crawl when it comes to white Americans, right? And then I remember a story about a black mother enrolling her child in a school district that was, you know, next to her, because they lock her ass up. I remember hearing stories about in Florida when these people who got out of prison, there was ex-convicts, and the rules said that they could vote, and they followed the rules. As soon as they went to vote, they locked their ass up. When Ron DeSantis changed, they immediately lock them up, right? But these people get to take their time and appeal and go through these processes and be allowed to still be out here because these you know, I don't want to sound racist, but white people get an upper hand in this country. They now it's funny when I hear them say this. Now they're saying because Donald Trump might be getting held accountable, there's a two-tiered justice system in this country. They already took woke from us, right? They done took woke and they made it, you know, I ain't gonna stop saying woke, but they done took woke and they done turned it into this fucking thing that, you know, white America understands. I don't understand. They won't tell you the definition of what the hell they talking about. But, and now that Donald Trump and J6 people are being held accountable, they're taking the same shit that we used to say for decades in this country about the tiered justice system in this country, how black people get treated different than white people in this country through the justice. Now they're saying that there's a two-tiered justice system in this country. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's a two-tiered because you're still getting treated better than black people in this country. He's allowed to go home with bodyguards and Secret Service every damn day. He's allowed to sit on his computer and tweet shit, violating the gag order over and over and over again. He's allowed to continue to break the fucking law and not get held accountable. Yes, there's a two-tiered justice system in this country. But who's benefiting from it is white America. It's not black people, because we see immediate justice. All you got to do is Google right now and look on the YouTube, police violence, and you'll see immediate justice when it comes to parking tickets, black people walking and humming in the mall. When it comes to, like the other week, we did the Uber driver. She got murdered. When it comes to a kid just mistaking the wrong house, trying to pick up his little brother. When it comes to, you see immediate justice in this country when it comes to black America, right? But if it's a white teenager drunk driver who murders 3 goddamn people, all they damn daddy have to do is go to the courthouse and talk to the judge, and you know, they got a court date and they get a slap on the goddamn wrist. Yes, it's a two-tiered justice system in this country, but it doesn't benefit black people at all, right? So I'm tired of politics. I'm tired of watching these people, the media. I mean, they're in it so goddamn deep, and I cross my fingers and I hope that one of these media outlets just do the right thing and stop being a shield for corporations and tell the truth. Because they have such a vast outreach on information, at least somebody can tell the goddamn truth that is in that position of the media. But they play right hand in hand with these fucking stupid ass politicians. The media, I mean, I can't, you cannot trust the media in this country. You just can't. Because one of the leading, well, the only other leading candidate for president in this country is not being covered properly by the news organizations that's supposed to inform the American people about newsworthy stuff for somebody who potentially might lead them. And the media is not even covering this guy like they're supposed to. They don't tell you when he get on his damn social media platform and start threatening people. You don't hear that from the media. You don't hear about the crazy shit that he does when he's at his rallies, causing more and more divisiveness in those KKK rallies. They don't report on any of that shit. The American people need to know that this guy is unqualified and the shit that he's saying is unhinged, and he should go nowhere near. He should be nowhere near the White House, nowhere near that type of power. The media is allowing a lunatic to fucking skate free. And that's all because the corporations want to run fucking commercials on their platforms. You seen that when the MSNBC host took the brave, Tiffany Cross took the brave stance that she did and calling out white MAGA, calling out the corruption, they fired her immediately, right? I think Ali Velshi on MSNBC was taking the stance of calling out what the fuck it is, and they got rid of him, but I think he's back now, or he got his own platform. I seen it somewhere the other day. But still, my point that I'm trying to make, and CNN does the same thing. They got rid of Don Lemon, even though there's a lot of things Don Lemon say that I don't agree with. But when he was on that George Floyd shit, when he was on that MAGA shit, and Don Lemon was on point. That's a fact. But when he's on that stuff about both sides and racism and all this kind of bullshit, I can't fuck with him. But they got rid of his ass anyway. That's the corporations telling you that they don't want to make white America uneasy with the news reporting that's going on in this country. Right? You even seen MSNBC recently tried to hire one of the most racist, somebody that contributed to the January the 6th, somebody that supports Mitt Romney's niece, I think it is. They try to hire that lady on MSNBC, even though she's as anti-democratic as you can get, because she was one of the ones that was promoting this and giving all the money from that political party to Donald Trump to pay his legal fees and all. They try to hire that motherfucker. So that shows you this is a move by corporations to control the narrative in this damn country. And then the funniest thing to me, now I don't watch TikTok. I like it. I like TikTok to death. But I do not watch TikTok like that, But you have the narrative out here to where corporations, the big media, and all this kind of stuff is even trying to shut down information that's being freely distributed. Now, TikTok can be dangerous because they have you eating horse pills and shit. But TikTok can inform you too, because there is no restriction on some of the information that get put on there, and some of the people, just go ahead and report the damn truth that's going on in the world on TikTok. But you can't have that, especially when it goes against American interests, especially when it goes against the interests of the corporations. So, there's legislation, there's talks about creating legislation to shut down TikTok. Free information, right? I think all information should be able to be accessed, except for if it puts people in harm's way. And then you have to talk, and it's up to the platform provider to police that up. But the information that these corporations is trying to feed to America is that Donald Trump is a legitimate candidate in opposition to the Democrat candidate, and I think that just is bullshit. Because we talked here on this show about the history of Donald Trump. Well, I went through the laws that he's broke along the way. And anybody else previously to this guy would have been immediately disqualified to even throw his hat in the ring, right? But because Donald Trump has this special power, because he has this special ability to control morons, to control stupid ass people, to control people whose brain ain't no bigger than a fucking goddamn pea, he has that ability because he's that way himself. He has that ability to control, I guess, 30% of the Republican voting electorate, somewhere around that. And that's a big number when it comes to politics, but he has that ability to control that base. And because he can control that base, he gets a free rein from the Republicans, which shows you And if you open your eyes, you can see the truth about our American politicians. They don't care about you. They don't care about what their constituents want. They're chasing power. They're chasing a chance to be vice president or a chance to move up in their political power. They don't care about the constituents. Marjorie Taylor Greene went home to her constituents and she had a live town hall, and they put it on YouTube. People in her district were calling out that television show, telling her how stupid she was, telling them they shouldn't be opposed to working with the Democrats, just telling that lady like it is. Those were her constituents that she got on TV and was disillusioned and thought that somehow or another they were going to support her. But it was revealed that her constituents don't even agree with what the fuck she's doing. But she don't give a shit. All she wants is to put her nose up Donald Trump's ass in hopes and getting a cabinet position. Her constituents be damned. Same thing with Matt Gaetz. Everybody. You know, at least the Democrats pretend like they give a shit about their constituents and come home and lie to us. You know, but these people are blatantly not giving a fuck about who put them in office. And that's all because they're chasing behind the corporations and they're chasing behind the fucking power. Right? So that's, I can't, I mean, what can you say? There is nothing that you can, there's nothing that I can say to change the conditions and mindsets of these fools. I mean, I can sit here and voice my opinion like I'm doing, and it, you know, it kind of feels good to let it off the chest, but whatever. But and even moving away from politics, there's nothing that I can do as an outreach to people on my level to convince people that, hey, bro, you know, the way you viewing that is wrong. You know, you might need to reconsider how you're supporting this guy. I got a cousin that called me. This is how bad it's got. Somebody in my motherfucking family, somebody in my goddamn family is a hard Trump supporter. And he calls me, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, maybe like a month. And he had all the talking points, every one of them, you know, supporting and defending this joke of the January the 6th thing, you know, it was peaceful protest, every talking point. I'm like, how the hell did this shit resonate all the way down to somebody in my damn family, you know? And that's why I know I can't make a difference, because that propaganda machine that is out there right now is so strong and so powerful that it resonates with a lot of people and it turns a lot of people stupid. And I can't undo that. I mean, you can talk to ABC right now and he will tell you that somehow or another Dr. Fauci went to China, ate a bat, went to the fucking lab, spread it all over fucking China, and that's how the fucking COVID started. He'll tell you that shit. And then because of that, he had to go and buy some goddamn horse pills and take them to prevent Dr. Fauci's bat from killing him. You know, that's the kind, you know, I just made all that shit up. But that's the kind of mindset that these motherfuckers have whenever it comes to listening to the right wing. And the worst thing that they could have did, which Donald Trump was smart by doing it, I'll give him credit. The worst thing they could have did was embrace the conspiracy theories of a movement like Q, because Q already had a wide reach before politics embraced Q, right? So you know, it was the Alex Jones, the Jade Helm 5, the Bigfoot following people, the aliens built the pyramid. It was that group, you know, and the secret government is running the country, the Bilderbergs. So you had those conspiracies going with Q and all that kind of stuff, which, you know, they was in their corner. And, you know, you got all kinds of other conspiracies. We got black conspiracies. right? You know, I'm gonna piss somebody off, but you know how black people got conspiracies, how you know black people created everything, and white people just took it over and labeled it black. You know, there's some truth to that, but it's not all true. So it was Q. You know, they had their conspiracies going, but what elevated Q is when politics embrace their ideology. When people running for Congress like Marjorie Taylor Greene platformed that foolishness. And then that made other people brave enough to come out and say that we support these conspiracies. So now you gave a platform to a conspiracy outlet that can just generate all this shit about Fauci, about Bill Gates, about COVID, about magnets in your body, about blah blah, blah whatever, Hillary Clinton eating babies or whatever. So that conspiracy outlet just started pumping them out, along with Russia, along with all this other propaganda, even along with people that sit in their damn living room and basement that make up this shit and make a YouTube video about it. It platformed the foolishness. So now that was really, I couldn't understand that. It seemed like to me, if you make it to a level, well, it did. If you make it to a level in this society to where the people entrust you with a political position and you swear into an office, it seemed like you're supposed to be honest. Well, because I was a soldier and I swore in, it seemed like you're supposed to be honest about your position that you are taking. But it don't matter to them. They can lie. They can make up shit. They don't care. All right, look, I guess I've been talking too long, but guys, if y'all want to call in to the number is 717-908-1834, and you hit the access code at 917-324. I'll get you on the line. Oh, there was one more thing that I wanted to say. Did y'all see Ann Coulter being racist toward Vivek Ramaswamy? This was crazy. And when we say the Republican Party is racist, and I played the racist Ann Coulter clip before, but that was perfect because she did not give no shits about being racist to Vivek Ramaswamy because he's a racist toward Black America. If y'all don't know Vivek Ramaswamy, let me try to find him in Google and put his face up here. But if y'all don't know him, he's the guy that ran for president, the Indian guy that got in the back and forth with Don Lemon. And, you know, he was saying, you know, slavery, the slaves benefited from slavery and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's that guy. Vivek, I spelled it wrong. Vivek Ramaswamy. So here's his picture. And what I'll do is I'm gonna let y'all hear how racist Ann Coulter is, right? Because she literally, she didn't give a shit. She didn't give no shits about being on a public platform and just saying the racist shit that she said to that man. And he sucked it up like he always do because he's a coon. Oh, I don't know if I can say that no more. But, you know, he's a white American sympathizer. And listen to this crazy shit. And this was her on his show. Watch this.
You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American Black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory. And that was a great opening segment. Lots of things to talk about there. Oh, and I agreed with many, many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president. But I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that.
Okay, it was a longer conversation, but she clearly told this idiot that's running out here kissing white Americans' ass and just degrading Black people and telling Black people, you know, it's just your own fault that you're in the conditions that you're in. All this shit that Vivek Ramaswamy be saying about people of color, and here he is platforming a leading voice in the Republican Party. somebody who thinks that she, as a Republican, is on his side. But she straight up told this man, I would not have voted for you because you're Indian. You know, I know she said the first thing about black people, but I'm trying to point out to this fool who still supports the Republican Party, even though there's racists towards him, this is the Uncle Tom mentality that seeps in people that cause them to keep kissing white America's ass. I don't know what it is. He'll sit right up there and take it. I don't know if y'all heard it or not, but I'm going to play it one more time since it was so short. Listen to what she said.
You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory. And that was a great opening segment. Lots of things to talk about there. Oh, and I agreed with many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president. But I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. But you heard what she was talking about when she was referring to the articulate comment toward black Americans, because we hear that all the time, right? We know what she's talking about. She is referring to where when white Americans use this, I don't know, comments towards black Americans when they call them articulate and tell them they so pretty to be, you're pretty for a black girl, or you're pretty for a black man, or you articulate yourself well, and those are racist comments, right? Those are racist comments. So that's what she was referring to, and we know what she's talking about because we heard that shit before. And you know, and people are gonna say, well, what's wrong with white people calling you articulate? Well, you don't give the same compliments to white people whenever they accomplish something, right? You don't give the same compliments to white people whenever they make great speeches, right? It's the same thing that Joe Biden did to Barack Obama. Said that he speaks well, you know, and for a black guy. You get what I'm saying? That's racist. So she got that out of the way. Said she can't call him articulate, or she did call him articulate. Said that she can't say that to a black person because that would be considered, you know, wrong. But whenever it got to her complimenting him, she said, I agree with all the coonish shit that you say. I agree with all the ass kissing that you do. I agree, and I thank you very much for promoting, you know, white America. But even though you give us all of this praise, I would never have voted for your Indian ass because you're not white, Vivek. You're not one of us, Vivek. So all the work that you've been doing, Vivek Ramaswamy, all of this, and you was under the delusion that white America was going to put you in the most powerful goddamn office on the planet, Vivek. And you're out here still continuing to support the racists that you invited onto your damn show. Because that's the mindset of the Republican Party. That is it. That's the way Sarge thinks. That's the way ABC thinks. They think like Ann Coulter. They don't mind Vivek Ramaswamy going out there, you know, giving them their narrative and all this kind of bullshit. They don't mind that. But no, you're not going to have no power. You're not going to control us. You're not one of us. That's the racist mentality of America. She summed it up in under 30 seconds. That's the exactly what I've been trying to say about these racist ass people. Is that Ann Coulter personifies what it is to be MAGA, a Trump supporter, right? And I couldn't have put it no better. And you know, the other racist thing that she said was about Nikki Haley. I remember she was saying some racist ass shit about Nikki Haley, and let me see. Oh, here it is. Let me see. Yeah, I think this is it.
And take it from me, the first minority female governor in history, America is not a racist country.
Here, hold 'em beer.
She's just a preposterous creature. But her candidacy did remind me that I need to immigrate to India so I can demand they start taking down parts of their history.
Well, you are a good.
What's with the worshiping? What's with the worshiping of the cows? They're all starving over there, and they're worshiping cows. Do you know they have a rat temple where they worship rats? Hey, baby cake, why don't you go back to your own country and reconsider that history? How about Gandhi's behavior with little girls? Can we review that?
Wait a minute.
As you may know, I am referring to Nikki Haley, child of immigrants, governor of South Carolina, who immediately, after some psychopath does the mass shooting at the church, hideous. Oh, what will I do? Let's take down the Confederate flag from the South Carolina Capitol. As you know, Mark Simone, I am descended from Union soldiers. It's my history. This is my country, lady. I'm not an American Indian, and I don't like them taking down all the monuments. Well, I consider them monuments and admirable facts about Indians. I really hate that liberals have moved Indians into being, oh, we're victims. Why do you think we name football teams after American Indians? Because they were courageous, they were tough. It's out of admiration. That's why so many Americans like Elizabeth Warren lie and claim to be Indians. But even though I'm not an American Indian, I respect them. I respect the history. It is part of my country's history.
America is not a racist country.
So, as you see in that video, Ann Coulter is just as racist as she was with Vivek Ramaswamy. And listen to that audio again. It shows you how dumb the Republicans is. The Union fought for the North, I believe. And I don't know if it was a Freudian slip, but she might have meant to say the Confederates, because that's the flag that Nikki Haley took down off of the South Carolina Capitol grounds. No, yeah, that was the flag. But even though she's stupid, see, she's articulate. You're articulate for a white woman, Nikki Haley. I'm gonna say Ann Coulter, but you're dumb because you said that you're defending the Confederate flag because your family member was a part of the Union. That just don't make sense, Ann Coulter. And that's coming from me, somebody who barely knows history. And she's out here on a public platform not even knowing who the Union fought for. But my point is, you see how racist they are. She has a radio show. She hosts on Fox. I don't know if she still hosts on Fox, and I don't watch Fox no more. I can't, I used to watch it all the time, but I don't know if she still hosts. But they give her a platform, and she speaks to the base, the people that follow Donald Trump. That's the point that I'm trying to get across. This is where the messaging comes from for people like Sergeant ABC, from people like Ann Coulter, Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, Rush Limbaugh, whenever he was living, and all these idiots on Fox. This is where their talking points come from, and the people that they follow are clearly racist. All right, so I'm gonna shut up. I think I said enough. Miss Elisa, how you doing? Welcome to the show tonight, sis.
Hi, Tyrone. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I was listening to that Vivek business. You want to know something? her saying that she wouldn't vote for him because he's Indian, to me, in my opinion, that wasn't the worst. That's the expected. I mean, and even though he grifts and he plays a good game and he tap dances and he's the far right, one of their attack dogs, I don't think that was the worst thing that she said. As far as I'm concerned, that's a given. A lot of people like her would not vote for him because he's Indian. The most degrading thing, in my opinion, that she said to him, that you are articulate, and I can't say that about black people anymore.
Right.
Can't say that about the blacks, but I can say it to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most degrading part. That is so degrading. That is just so awful. And he had to sit. He should expect it because the Indian thing. But that was the most degrading, belittling thing that she said. Because at least black people had the gumption over the decades to say, you will not speak to me like that. We know what that is. That is a dog whistle that I am articulate for black, that I am smart for black, that I'm well spoken for black. Y'all gonna stop saying that. You will stop saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And they, for the most part, they don't say that to black people to their face. They don't say that. They find other ways, but they stop. But she said, I can't say that about black people anymore, but I can say it to you. That's so degrading. That's so degrading. That's so degrading. And when I saw that, when I was like, they were talking about Ann Coulter and Vivek, and I was like, I mean, Ann Coulter is one of these types of people. She is a blood pressure elevator for a lot of people. I think a lot of people, because I'm sure back in the early 2010s, late 90s, when I became familiar with who she was, yeah, well, maybe not in the 90s, but late she elevated my blood pressure some. You get upset. I can't believe she said that. She doesn't really do that to people anymore because you've had it done, and you're not going to allow that to happen because you know that's her shtick. She says shocking things. That's who she is. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, I forgot all about she existed. And so I watched it. And when she said that to him, but I can say that to you, I mean, I hollered. And I was like, get it, Ann, say some more, you know. And then she hit him up with the, yeah, I agree with most of what you said, more so than the other candidates. But
Right.
I never would have voted for you because you're Indian. And I was like, go, Ann, go, you know. That was great entertainment. I appreciate Ann for saying that because Vivek is a clown. So I appreciated her saying that he's a clown. And someone called him a cuck a couple of days ago.
Call him a what?
He sure is that. A cuck.
What is that?
C-U-C-K. Google it.
Spell it again.
And it was like, he is C as in cat, U as in umbrella, C as in cat, K as in king, cuck. Google it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to wait for you to laugh. That so describes him, a cuck.
A slang disparaging and offensive a man whose wife or girlfriend is unfaithful. Is that what it is? That's
No, you must have, I don't know which. Maybe I typed mine. Maybe I said that. Wait a minute. Let me look it up. No, I'll spell it. I'll go for it. A cuck.
Oh, here go one. A cuck is a weak, effeminate, unmanly, or inadequate man who is often dominated by their female partner. Is that it?
Yeah, well, you're gonna have different, but the because that's an old term from the Oxford Dictionary. A weak, surround man, often used as contemptuous term for a man with a moderate or progressive political views.
Yeah.
Also, I was trying to find the actual Oxford Dictionary because it's an old word, a very old word. Because you know how people they switch up the meanings. I mean, cuck, cuck. But I was looking for the actual Oxford Dictionary because it's an old word, and I was like, yes, that's the one. Servile man. It's a term for a man. Servile man. And people has added unfaithfulness and this and this and that.
Yeah.
But it's actually a servile man who lacks all integrity. He's weak. He will do anything, and he will go against all of his,
Right.
all of his values, all of his everything. He will do anything. He is the weakest of the weak. That is a cuck. And that is Vivek. And he is a dingus. That's a doofus. So I thought it was excellent. I so enjoyed that. Because whenever Ann used to come on television throughout the years, or I would see her, I would just turn, or if there's a video with her sitting up on there with her smug face, I would just turn. Because, I'm not going to allow that woman to say something and then you get upset, whatever. She's done that enough. But that was awesome. And I saw a lot of people were saying that was awesome. Good old Ann. That was awesome. Vivek so needed that. And then you looked at him, but he has the smug face too. And he had to sit there. But what made him even more of a cuck, it was his platform.
Yeah.
And she sat there and said those things to his face. And he sat there and he took it. Because if he had even the littlest bit, okay, like, and that is just awful. I will not take that, blah, 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 blah. We're going to shut the cameras. Thank you. Shut down the cameras for now. Thank you for coming. But he's not going to do that because he's the model. He's trying to be the model minority, and he doesn't want to upset the base because the base and so many people, even some other Indian people of his heritage, who is right wing. A lot of them were tweeting, "Oh, that was so great how you did that. You didn't let her cause you to get upset. You didn't."
Oh, they was complimenting him.
Yes, I'm talking about some of people of his people, his origins.
That's crazy.
That are right. No. That are right wing.
No, I heard you. You said that some Indian people was complimenting him on how he handled it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indian people who are right wing. That does the same thing, like people, that's the Sooooo type. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Those types of people were complimenting him. And some white people were complimenting him. You're the model minority. You did that well, Vivek. Don't let her, because they expect you to be the martyr as the model minority. They expect you to take it. And do not fuss back, fight back, say nothing. Black people, they carried on, they acted out for a long time. You all will not do that. We know what that is. You will not do that. So you can't say that to the blacks anymore, but I can say it to you. That was so profound. And that was and he was so deserving of it. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I was cheering and on.
It was funny because
awesome.
he didn't even know how to express himself. He looked. You could tell that he was shocked, but he couldn't say nothing. He couldn't do nothing but sit there and take it.
And he was trying his best to hide how shocked he was. And he was on this other platform, this somebody podcast, and this other person is a far right MAGA conservative, and he was Indian too, and they had a Latino and some other people on there, and they had him come to talk about this particular incident. I can look up the podcast, and he came on to talk about this particular incident, and he was like, "Wow, I didn't expect her to go right in that fast like that." He said, "But it made the conversation this, that, and the third, and all of them was co-sign, yes, model minority, yes, you didn't lose your cool. We're the model minority." That's what the whole conversation was. It was so pathetic. But the host did ask him, but as far as like racism and as far as like, as it relates to the party, the MAGA part of the party, they asked him, do you think as far as like, that is what she's saying, that a lot of them, when it's, they wouldn't vote for you for Indian, the racism and the this and that, so on and so forth, is it worse now? Do you see it as this? Do you see it as that? And he said, well, in my honest opinion, yes, the percentage of it has grown more. I was like, okay, that right there tells me that Vivek know better than how he conducts himself, but he doesn't care. But after saying that, I said, okay, Vivek does know better. But right after he said that, he followed it up with, there was another Indian, I forget, another person of Indian origin that was running for something somewhere in this United States. They were running for, I don't know if it was Congress or a local seat or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they were Republican too. And they lost their election as well. And this person said that a lot of the constituents told her that they really liked her platform. They were really, same type of thing. He said this is what this person told him. That this could be true. No, because they put up the picture of the politician, so that is true. And she was, the similar things was said to her in the area where she was running, because I guess it was a very conservative area, very white. I don't know if it was flooded with MAGA conservative, but it was conservative. And she pretty much, that was the message that they gave her. But she said what she took from that, it wasn't so much that I was Indian. It really wasn't that. It was because I was Hindu. And America basically is a Christian, brought up on Protestant, type of a country. So it was more that I was Hindu. And I said, oh, Vivek, okay, you done fell back on the sword. No, those people did not vote for you because they did not vote for you. Don't try to play it off on because you're Hindu. The average Yahoo does not know what Hindu is.
Right.
They don't know if that's a religion. They don't know if that's a religion or place. And the reason they don't know what that is, the reason that they don't, because they don't care what that is. They didn't vote for you because you're brown. You're not white. So don't try to play it off, soften it up, ease it up by saying, I think that's what he was trying to do, Vivek. I think it might have more to do with that I'm Hindu. That's your lying mouth. You know better than that. Half the people don't know what Hindu is. The ones who do, don't care. Don't care. It has nothing to do with you being Hindu. That has absolutely nothing to do about it. You're not white. So
yeah, that's what they think, that they think that because they can talk down to black people and chum it up with white America, that they're fully accepted. But if you listen to that interview a little further, and Coulter referred to something called WASP. I don't know if y'all heard that before. Let me Google it. She said that it's WASP.
WASP,
and that stands for White Anglo-Saxon Protestant, and that's who
Protestant. That's right.
and Coulter and the rest of the racists in America, these white Anglo-Saxon Anglo-Saxon Protestant. These are the people that got off the damn Mayflower, or Pilgrims, or whatever.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what I said. They go by
that's
that.
who they think need to be in charge of America.
Yes,
And that's how racist they get. You know, that
yes,
nobody else has the right to lead, be in charge in America except for the people that came over here as pilgrims. They're the real original Americans. That's the way the Republican Party thinks. And that's
yes,
who you guys are supporting.
yes. White Protestant. That's what America was built on. I just said that. White Protestant.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's all about. And they don't care whether or not you Hindu, if they know what that is. They don't care about that. It's because your lineage, the lineage of WASP, it should be the ones in control.
Right.
Male too. But they will go along with females sometimes. But your lineage, and then I heard someone else was speaking about, and people say, well, what about Barack Obama? Well, Barack Obama was a little different, yes. But you have to look at Barack Obama's lineage from his mother. He is that's part of his lineage. When you look up the ex-presidents, the dead ones, and Bush, W knows who's still alive, those people are in his family lineage. He is kin to these people. So that's part of his lineage. That's why they allowed it. So he is part that. Vivek is not. So I don't know why people are sitting up here. So if they would say, well, we're going to do something different now, we're going to go ahead and let this, because I was hearing a lot about that, about Barack when he was running, especially after when he first election, when he won Iowa. And everybody was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And then I started seeing articles back then about people talking about his lineage. And then a lot of people said, oh, okay. I see why now. They're going for something a little different. So he is acceptable. He's okay because that's part of his lineage. You can never forget that. That's part of his mother's lineage. There's all of those presidents, even Trump is kin to somebody. But all of those presidents are all kin up and connected the same lineage. Mm-hmm. And Barack, if Barack is connected up to, I would have to look it up again, but quite a few from his mother's lineage. And Vivek and them know, if you don't have WASP lineage, and you are a person of color, no.
Yeah, that's why Nikki Haley didn't have a chance, and she still don't have a chance. Let me see who this unknown caller is. Who's this caller?
What's going on, y'all?
What's up, Jay?
Hey.
What's going on? All right. Yeah. So you talking about the Indian Vivek, this guy, the one that was that was on that went to go visit his master in court. his white orange master. You know, I mean, it might be a little different, but the Indians from the UK, man, they're very, like, they're just like that too. They suck up to the white man, the white Englishmen. Like, if you see them in certain parts of England, I mean, shit, they talk more English than the English. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I guess is dumb because I know that for what I know the history that they India, the UK, right, gave India back like not so long ago, right? What, 50, 60 years ago? I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe somebody do their history on that, but you know, so I think the domination of that, they done became whiter than white. You know, so if you see it over there, I mean, you see that happening there. And I don't know if he's taking a page from his you know, people or his you know, family lineage through there too. You know what I mean? Because they tend to do that shit over there, and he mimics a lot of the Indians from the UK, bro. You know, and I mean, people could literally. I wish the brother that would call over here from England, he could tell you. I'm pretty sure he would agree with me. So I just wanted to add that on. That's all.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're right. They try to imitate and replicate white America.
Supreme. Where's Supreme at? Supreme from UK. Okay.
Yeah, they try to imitate white America, and it gets them to a certain level, but you're not ever going to get equal with them. You're not you're not going to be able to put your knees up under the table at the wash table. That's not even.
No.
Yeah,
you made a perfect point with Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley thought she was so, you know, like, I mean, yeah, she's in the South, and, you know, she was born here, right? She's born here, right?
Yeah.
So she could run for president. So I guess she feels like she's part of America, you know. Oh, yeah, she got the little Southern accent and shit. That's not enough. They look at you as something other than. You know, of course there's going to be some white people that will support her, you know, like, you know, you have that percentage of people, but you have those diehard white rednecks racists that they're only about white race, white color, white race.
Yep.
And they don't care how white you talking. They'll use you if they can, but then there's a lot of them that say, I don't even want to use them. I don't want them near me. That type of shit. So, you know, if she felt good that they, you know, she got however far she did, you know, she got far but not far enough, because obviously she's not the nominee, right? And so you would think, I mean, with the faults, because I think she's maybe half of what Trump is, you know, and I say that because her mindset is like a white person. You know, yeah, she's not as, if you want to say, not severe, but as dramatic as he is, right? You know, or as crazy, if you want to say it. I think that she has certain portions of that, maybe more casual, and she was with it, you know. So I look at her like, yeah, well, you know, look, even that you was trying to be half of a Trump, or, you know, go with some of the stuff that he was with, but then you try to go against the grain. I mean, to me, she's just a straight up flip flopper, and this is where it ended up. So as much as, again, she was a female, a woman, you know, but she was an Indian American woman that they really wasn't trying to let in the door. And you could see that obvious. They were willing to deal with Donald Trump.
Yep.
That has definitely more baggage than her, for sure. We could admit to that. But they're willing to deal with that. Why? Well, one of the key things is that you're not white. So there you go. So as much as you feel comfortable that you was in the doors of some of these Southern people out there, some Southern whites, it wasn't enough to get you in that door. So it goes to show you where you lay and where you rest at, where they see you in their eyes as well. So don't feel special is what I'm saying, bottom line, period.
Oh yeah, and Vivek Ramaswamy, he should have learned his lesson whenever he was gaining in the presidential race. He was because I give the guy credit. He's articulate. He can he can speak well, and he's charismatic, and he got all the right moves, right? And Sean Hannity and Fox News seen that he was gaining ground with, you know, them dumbass Republicans, because he was hitting the policies and he was being Trump at the same time. He was supporting Trump. But immediately as they seen that man started gaining power, Sean Hannity shut his ass down. Just shut him down. Didn't even want him to come on their damn shows no more. So you only going to get but so far if you're not a white American with them people. You know, you're not going to be the leader of their party, I don't think. And no, like you said, with all the baggage Donald Trump got, the first American president to ever be criminally indicted, going to court over fucking criminal charges, Even though with all that baggage, stealing fucking documents, these people will stand behind him because of his orangish white skin, and they will support him blindly. And that's what Sarge is in the chat room doing right now. Just y'all don't know what y'all talking about and all this kind of bullshit. But he's one of them people. He's one of them people like Vivek Ramaswamy that don't even care. They can spit in his face. They can kick him. I mean, that's just the way, some people genetics are. They don't care what white people do to them. They'll take it. And I think Nikki Haley, I ain't heard from her in a while, but I don't know if she's got her eyes open or what, but she ain't been saying nothing.
Take that money and run. Take that money and run. Whatever the money was left, take that shit and run. That's what she did. Because that's the same thing happened to, what was it? It was somebody that stopped it, and they took the money so they don't lose it, and they took whatever. And then for Pence, they was telling him, like, you losing money. You're going to go bankrupt messing around, or all the money that you're getting is gone. You don't have no money to pay. But some people stop early so they could take some of that money and keep it.
Yeah, because I ain't heard from Nikki Haley. She ain't said nothing. I ain't heard nothing from her. She ain't supporting nobody. So I don't know. I doubt if she.
It was one of it was one of the polls that basically like sealed the fate, and that was when they told her, like, listen, step off because you ain't gonna get no more money, and you have the support of the people. You got your voters, but you need the money. Instead of spending this money and keep running, because remember, she said she was gonna go to the end.
Yeah, they got rid of her.
She
but
said,
I wonder how far she would have got though, if she was.
Well, she said she was going to go to the end. In her words, she said she was going to the end. When they said, look at them numbers of that money. So you know what? You could spend this money and keep going, and you're going to lose, or you could stop it now and save some of that money and do something with it.
Well, Tyrone, what kind of a governor was she? I didn't follow the politics there when she was governor.
Well, I really didn't pay no attention. The only thing I remember is, her being the governor when they took the flag down off of the Capitol. So, but
she just did one term.
Yeah.
She did one term. Okay.
But I'm pretty sure she was the same cookie cutter type Republican that comes
as everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. But one thing, her skin is a little lighter. It's a little whiter than Vivek. So, that's something.
Yeah, these people, and every time we call them racist, you always get pushback. But they display their racism all the time. And
yes, they do. To tell somebody we wouldn't vote for you because you're Indian. I mean, come on, what is that? Why are you trying to preserve? Why are you trying to preserve some stuff that people who was starting it, trying to start the country? You don't have to preserve that. Them days is over. And for you still holding on to that, what else is that? But racism. And you're trying to deny it. Just because he's too stupid, he sit there and take it, it's still that. So,
Yeah, and it's amazing to me how they don't care about they blatantly don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about the rule of law.
No.
They don't care about the justice system. They lie over and over and over and over again. You can look at the lies that they told about Hunter Biden. You can look at the lies that they tell about Joe Biden. You can look at the lies they tell about the Democrats, the lies about their own policies and constituents. They don't care. They just lie. So these are the most unethical people, immoral people, and they're in politics and they're holding positions of power. And they can be blatantly racist towards whoever the hell they want to be racist towards. If you let the other side conduct themselves even a little bit like that, they get called out. Who's this unknown caller?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Tyrone. I wanted to add something to your mix here, something to your gumbo. I think, and this is speaking from somebody who went through Bobby Jindal's whole campaign, because I was living in Louisiana at the time. Because remember, Bobby Jindal was Vivek before Vivek, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
So,
I remember
him. Yeah. So I mean, when he had his portrait painted, for the state capitol, look up the controversy. He made it a light-skinned man instead of his natural complexion. So I think that as a whole, that population is having identity problems in terms of their Americanism. Because think about it like this, all right? The greater majority of Americans don't really have too much contact with East Indians. Maybe they see them at a restaurant or their doctor or something like that. But generally, from a cultural standpoint, they don't really have contact with them. And the problem with a lot of East Indians is they don't really have a track record as a culture here in America. If you think back on it, at least Black people were born here and built this country. We can look and say, we built this. They can't. They didn't fight in any major wars on the side of America. They didn't build any part of America, in appreciable numbers that you can look at them as a culture and say, yeah, So I think that part is a problem that they struggle with. And so as a result, they have to white themselves. They have to make themselves whiter because they don't have a true cultural connection to this particular country. That's just my thought. I might be wrong on that, but I got a feeling that's one of the big things they struggle with.
Yep. And I put that portrait in the chat room for y'all can see that. He actually did lighten himself up on that portrait. I remember Bobby Jindal. That's crazy.
Yeah, I forgot all about him, but looking at that picture, that's absolutely, but that's something I can see being done. I can see that. But as far as the East Indian, I had to choose another primary care physician for internal medicine because he's Black, and it was always one thing or another with him as my primary physician. It wasn't him. He's an excellent doctor, has a great, huge platform, very influential in the community. It was his staff that kind of was causing a lot of the issues. But I stayed, but he's retiring, so I had to pick another doctor. This doctor was recommended to me, and he's East Indian. And I like him a lot. I do like him a lot. I've known some East Indians on a personal level. I would never say we were like close friends or anything, but I knew them. And so I like him a lot. He seems to be down to earth, but really when it people was like, why didn't you choose a female? I prefer a male doctor for internal medicine. I prefer a female for gynecological needs. Mm-hmm. But that's just my preference. But I realized that I don't really know them, and I don't think a lot of Americans do. So I think he's on point with this comment. We really don't know them. We probably know or more comfortable for here in America, Latinos, Koreans, the usual. But East Indian, a lot of people don't know a lot of East Indians.
Well, to me, this attitude that we're looking at, I mean, it's a result of colonialism all over the world, where Europeans conquered all these places and they inserted them as the authority figure. So they don't know how deep that stuff runs psychologically with the human race. It happens in Brazil and other people that of color places on the world. Puerto Rico, a lot of places just, they just look at white people.
Everywhere.
Yeah, and these people
that's the superior.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
And the one with the money. They're the ones with the money. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, they're the ones that run. I mean, sometimes they won't even do no business with their own. Oh, no, they got the money. You know what I'm saying? They're the ones.
It's every country, everywhere that you have people of color that has been infected by white supremacy. It's not just us. And then when you see, because like over in East Indian, East Asia, oh my God, we we talk
They
about
doing
the
their own
colorism.
people dirty. The South Indian is looking as the one that does the dirty work and the cheap labor. It's crazy how they, you know what I mean, versus the ones that are light skinned, they're more up north or in other parts, and they're classism.
We think we think we have a problem with colorism. Oh my God.
Colorism and classism.
Yeah, well, everybody got the classism. Everybody got the classism. But colorism, we think is rampant in our community. It's times 2 with the E-City. It is. It is times 2 in those countries. The colorism, the people of color, it affects the women as far as the marriages, the hierarchy. It affects them as far as the classism. Yeah, the colorism is times 2, times 3 with them. It really is. So that has affected everywhere, every place with people of color. So it's not just us. But we think it's just us, but it's not just us.
Yeah,
we
so
might
and
have gotten worse.
that's why we act so shocked when Black Americans do it. Like, you can't be serious. Just like whenever I hear Sarge talk, I'm like, there's no way in the hell, because we lived this. Our ancestors lived this shit. You know, we don't know what Bobby Jindal went through, or Vivek Ramaswamy, but we walk the walk that these Black people that support these racists over here doing. It's unbelievable to us. It's like we can't really believe it, but we know it exists.
Yeah, so that it's everybody. If you are a person of color, Asian, East Indian, Black, Samoan, it doesn't matter. You have been affected by white supremacy. You just have. If you are a person of color, you have. We caught it pretty bad. We might have caught it the worst, but I don't want to play, a victim. The Olympics for that. But we caught it pretty bad. But everybody of color has experienced that. That's why the closer proximity, whatever race what that is, the country or whatever, the closer proximity you are to white, you have more privilege than the people. Because like some of them East Indians and some of them, their skin can be darker than ours. They just have more Euro features, but they experience that type of stuff just like we do. The closer proximity to white is right, and they have more privilege. That's everybody. That's everybody, and that's sad considering people of color. We're the dominant on the planet. They're not. And they got all of us twisted and turned upside down with this.
Yeah, I don't know what I mean. I understand that for them to support white America, they think that it's going to be power, or they're going to be in a position of authority. But I really don't think that happens for people who blindly support them people. It just don't.
But they go with you. Most people, they go with it, like we say, where the money resides.
Right.
The money and the power resides. It resides with them. I mean, let's don't fool ourselves. So that's what you had the Africans that come over here.
Yep,
and
they got the same problem.
That a lot of their families tell them, don't y'all associate with the American Black. Because they have said that's what they've heard their entire lives. So people go where the money and power resides, and it's not with us. So.
Yeah, I mean the white people has really infected humanity with this mindset of them being the greater race and all this kind of stuff. But if you just look at white people here in America and see how corrupt they are, see how they lie. Look at the Murdochs down here in South Carolina. Look at what they did to their own damn family. It's and look at Donald Trump, what he's doing to he slept with 2 porn stars while his wife was pregnant, and then it's
you got politicians condoning it, like they trying to set them up, this, that, the other. It was just a relationship. It's crazy.
But that's just recent history. If you look colonization of the Europeans across the globe. Come on. Yeah, what Donald Trump is doing currently, that ain't got nothing on how the Europeans colonized basically the entire planet.
Well,
So,
you made a point there, because what he's doing currently, right? There's a reason that he expect to walk away. There's a reason that these people, yeah, there's a reason that these people who support him expect Donald Trump not to be held accountable, because they got a history of doing this crap and getting away with it.
No, but the mindset is crazy. I mean, if you sit back and analyze, you say, this guy actually is doing all this because this country has a history of letting people like him off. So he's gonna play with it, like, and actually, you know, go as far as possible. And it's crazy that this country also allows a lot of those things to continue to happen.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier, is that he did the exact same thing that he's doing now in the first election. He lied, he cheated, he paid people off to shut up, and he allowed Russian propaganda. So he cheated in the first election to hide this information from the public, from the voting public, so he can get elected. So he got away with it then. So now he expect to get away with it again.
Gonna do it again.
Yeah. So they let him get away with it. The first, even with the impeachments, he called Zelensky. He had witnesses telling people, "This is what I heard President Trump say to this man to interfere in our election." So he was guilty of all of those things that he got impeached for the first time, and they let him get away with it. So
he went and got impeached again.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting, Tyrone, is you're talking about Ann Coulter originally a little earlier.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, prior to the advent of MAGA, Ann Coulter was probably the farthest right marker, for conversation.
Right.
If you wanted to hear shocking, you would hear Ann Coulter. But we've gotten to a point where she is more centrist now. The conversation.
That's where we at.
Is more centrist, considered centrist now, even though it hasn't changed because we've moved so far right past her. Marjorie Taylor Greene out Ann Coulter's Ann Coulter. Any of those guys out Ann Coulter's Ann Coulter. So it's just funny how we, who would have thought? Right.
Oh, when I saw her, I was like, oh, I forgot all about her. I forgot all about Ann Coulter. Let's see what
she's not even relevant anymore.
Ann Coulter 2.0 is shit they got now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor
What's the other guy? Adam Savage.
That lady is just nuts.
There's a whole slew of right-wing commentators that 20 years ago would have been considered like really crazy and on the fringe that are now kind of centrist because we've moved that goalpost way past them. I mean, it's just wild now. Think about that stuff.
Exactly. That's why she had to come out hard on Vivek very early on. She said, I got the Ann Coulter. I mean, so that's what she did. Why is anybody surprised? Why would anybody let that cause your blood pressure to go up? That's Ann Coulter. She does what she does. She's old news now. I have forgotten. When I saw her, I've forgotten all about her with her smug face. That's old.
She looked like a skeleton. Like a mummy.
Yeah, her smug face. I mean, we talked about Ann Coulter. I'm like, let's see what she gonna do. And she did it.
Mummy face.
And I was like, get it, Ann, do some more, Ann. Where you been, Ann?
They done surpassed her. That's what happened. They outshined her.
She old news.
Yeah. You say you're not racist and Republican enough. Yeah.
It was good to see Ann. It was like, where you been? Let's see what she got. And she delivered. Ann did
She's going at them,
I'm not mad at her for that.
Yeah.
She picked the correct person. Get it, Ann. Who cares? That's what they do. She old news. So she had to really come with it. She had to come with it. And she did. So at least Ann will work back in the past. she would work her way up. You know it's coming, and she would work her way up. She said, I need another strategy now. So I'm going to hit it in the beginning, shock them, and then we go on with the conversation. I was like, okay, Ann got no strategy going on now. Because you know, what is the Boondocks? They had an episode dedicated to Ann. They did a playoff of Ann. It was one person who was, they were mocking Ann, and the other one they were mocking what's his name? Al Sharpton. And it was on tour. And after the tour was over, and Riley and those was talking and Granddad, and they saw the Ann would go in, and then the Al Sharpton person who they was imitating him, that he would fuss back at Ann, and the people would shout and fuss and carry on. And at the end of it, they went in the back room, in the green room, and they was having coffee stuff. And, hey, what's up, what's up? And they was sitting back, they was like, we see you at the next one, right? And she said, yeah. And they was like, oh, no, we cool friends. We good friends. Basically, we doing this for shop for pay. So, I mean, people being to get that out. And they was like bumping shoulders and giving the high five. It was all for play. If I would tell everybody, go check out the Boondocks, the episode where they were mimicking Ann Coulter, and they had old black dude with processed hair. I didn't like how they did Reverend Al Sharpton because Ann is a grifter. And back when Al Sharpton, I wouldn't have called him no grifter. But that was the show they decided to do. It's just all for shock. Them people have you all upset and getting all upset. All that. The people get you upset. I enjoyed it. I was like, where you been, Ann? Let them have it, Ann. And she did. That's old stuff.
Yep. Did y'all hear about Tyrese?
Oh no! Wow.
Oh, how he ran off the stage.
Yeah, he's skipping town. I don't know what's going on.
He was the process server, was trying to serve him for some kind of lawsuit or something he got going on. And he cut his show. They was getting my money back for them tickets. And he cut the show and ran and left the stage real quick because he was informed that the process server was there.
They were going to serve him on stage?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because they couldn't catch up with him. So somebody said, oh, well, he will be tonight at this show.
Let me see if I can. Well, y'all can't see that.
Wow.
And he left there. He was up there singing. And somebody came up and told him, and he left the stage and his people. He was like, I'm getting out of here. I mean, those process servers, they're getting pretty, because they got to deliver. They got to deliver and pay. They got to serve that thing. So it was the group of people that were arguing and beefing online on YouTube. They're content creators. And one of them was trying to serve the other one. This was because, it was slandering him online. But she kept dodging process server. And I thought this was so genius. But you got to spend money to do this. They went different states. So he had a process server on retainer and how they set it up. Where when she go live, then you go knock on their door. And she went live, so he called the process server, and right when she was live, he was sitting there, and so she was like, hold on a minute, somebody at my door. And one of the kids or somebody opened it, and he said, you such and handed. I screamed. You got to get, with some of these, you got to get pretty, you got to get very colorful with it to serve these people. Especially if they actively dodge it. But that only works for a certain, that you can dodge it for, especially if you can prove and you take it to court, they're dodging. Eventually, the court will go ahead and proceed, after a certain length of time. when it's been proven that you're actively dodging. So you keep it up for a little while, but eventually you're going to court.
Yeah, it seemed like he was saying
Yeah,
something crazy about somebody on the Real Housewives of Atlanta, producer, and he was defaming them. And he did a radio interview, and that guy said that he was going to sue him, and he won't gonna get sued because he went to Kuwait. But it was funny how he ran off the stage mid-show, and the next thing you know, he making a Twitter video from Kuwait. I was like, what the hell is he running from?
So you're gonna end up in court.
Yeah, Tyrone, I got a quick question for you.
Yeah.
You know, has Sarge or ABC reached out to you to support their Real Men Wear Diapers campaign? I mean, I'm all for a GoFundMe, you know, to buy Sarge some MAGA diapers and ABC some MAGA diapers so that they can show solidarity to their orange guy. So yes, according to the new thing now, Real Men Wear Diapers. And you can Google pictures of the Trump supporters wearing MAGA diapers, man. It's hilarious.
All right, so
really,
yeah, they said Trump supporters are at his rallies wearing diapers. There's the T-shirts and saying "Real men wear diapers." Well, that, and I don't know if that confirms that Donald Trump wear diapers, but that's strange to have your supporters show up in T-shirts that say "Real men wear diapers."
But what is that? Are they talking about because of bladder control? I don't understand.
Because Donald Trump wears diapers.
He do?
Depends on the day.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, his new nickname is Baron von Schittenstein.
Dang. That's crazy.
Yeah, so I'm all about, you know, I'll start a GoFundMe and we can get Sarge and ABC some red diapers so that they can show their solidarity.
Right,
I'm 100% behind
Republican,
it.
right?
Yeah, I believe in supporting my brothers who support the, you know, diaper use. So yes, yeah, we can start that.
Diapers with a bow tie on it, a bow.
Yeah, here's the I don't know. I'm a mumble through this right here, but here's Snoop's. And it said Trump supporters wore diapers at rallies. And it said in April 2024, reports circulated that Trump supporters in 2024 Republican presidential candidate and former U.S. President Donald Trump were gathering at rallies wearing diapers. And then it goes on to say, several ex-users made a post with such pictures on April 24, 2024. The blog Dispatches from Trumpland posted photographs of one such rally which reportedly took place in Pennsylvania. The same blog had another post about Trump and diapers on April 11th. According to the post, Trump supporters began to appear at rallies donning diapers and holding up signs saying that real men wear diapers. Some of them reportedly nicknamed the former president Diaper Don. Diaper Don. And one woman wore a sweater that said diapers over Dems. We found some of their clothes that they wore for sale, though they weren't able to establish where those designs were posted or purchased or for purchase. It may have been after the purported trend went viral. So I don't know what this is about or who they supporting, but clearly they're Trump supporters.
I don't understand.
And they're saying that their candidate wear diapers and it's okay to wear diapers. I guess that's what they're saying.
Well,
so
was
Sarge
it found out that Trump was wearing adult pants or something? I don't understand. I don't get this. I still don't get
Well,
it.
there was rumor about whenever he was on The Apprentice that he wore diapers. And
really?
Yeah, said that they were paying people to come in there to change him and stuff. So I don't know. Those are just rumors now. I didn't take it seriously. This is the only time I'm repeating it. But.
Wait a minute, Tyrone, hold the screen. Bring that picture back with the red circle. Bring that back. I'm trying to read that. That has some adult diaper. I don't know. I'm gonna have to. That don't help.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
Someone's got to get with
Then
the program, man.
But then he would keep the adult diapers on all day, and because people could smell it, and there was a rumor that got out.
yeah, when he was on The
It
Apprentice.
wasn't his orange hair. It was
I
more than
seen that
orange
a while
hair.
back,
It was his
but I didn't
orange
pay any
drawers.
attention.
Damn.
So yeah,
He had
Sarge and
orange
ABC,
in it.
y'all can get on camera now with your diapers on. We don't care. You know, it's okay.
And
Get
I'm
with
looking
the
at this and
program.
saying, I'm genuinely surprised how people close to Trump haven't talked about the odor. Okay, this is wild. The smell. It's unclear where the trend originated, but it appears the participants chose to embrace jokes and comments about Trump's smell and purported intestinal distress. Rumors about Trump's digestive problems, which allegedly
eating McDonald's and KFC every day.
which necessitated diapers has spread at least since he became president. For example, internet users speculated that he had a bowel move. Oh, Jesus, never mind. Okay, I get it.
There you go.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
he got a gastric. He got a gastric bowel problem.
Yeah,
I mean, they were saying in court that he had a facilis problem, and he's just sitting in court all day,
Falling out.
breaking wind. No, breaking wind.
Wow, damn.
Recently, I heard about that. They said just the whole time he just letting them go, letting it go, letting one off. So they were saying that he had a facilis problem, and maybe he does wear adult diapers, because if you have that problem, from my understanding, I'm not an old white man, not an old man, but when you have that problem, you can have. Why are we talking about this? Never mind. Stop. Let me stop. And I'm sitting here just talking about it. No, go ahead. I'm done.
Well, it's funny to me how they criticize Joe Biden for being Sleepy Joe and old and all this kind of stuff when that guy got all these issues, and he literally is in a place where people can see him fall asleep in the court every day. So how do you think that he can run the country if he can't even stay up doing something like this?
And he's constantly. They always said he had a problem with that, letting one off, and had the whole room send it up. So I've heard that now. And I'm not going to continue discussing this because this is nothing to discuss. But, and when you have those issues, you soil undergarments.
Well, yeah, it's
so
important. I mean, if for anybody else, we probably wouldn't even mention this stuff because it's personal, it's a medical problem. But for somebody who wants to be the president of the United States, if you can't control your movements, then how can you run the country? I mean, at the most important time when somebody really needs you, you can be changing your diapers. You ain't gonna be able to make decisions and talk to foreign people.
There you go, diaper changing.
I get it now. That's why they're doing that in support. Real men wear diapers. Yes, real men do wear diapers.
Because Donald Trump wears diapers.
And he's a real man, and other people do.
Right.
Everybody hopes to live to be that age, and if you have that problem, you hope to live to be that age. A lot of people don't.
Yeah, but could you imagine smelling that urine smell? I mean,
no, I don't talk about this.
Oh, it's like his orange hair.
Anyway, what y'all think about the Kendrick Lamar and Drake situation?
I tried to get with that, and when I started to, I said, well, I ain't even gonna get into it. What's going on with them? I know they beefing.
The beef over. I'm with you, Tyrone. I was not following it either. I knew it was going on, but I was not following it because we've lived through other rap beefs, some great ones and things like that. I wasn't following it. And then when I was online, someone said that Kendrick Drake had put out one of his last ones, and then somebody said Kendrick dropped. So one of the vloggers who I follow, they played it, and I listened to it, and it caught my attention. And I was like, oh, this kind of stuff is going on. And then Kendrick dropped right after that with They Not Like Us. Then I listened to it, and I was like, oh, this is what. So then I had to go back and listen to all of the rest because I wasn't following it either. I really didn't care. It's pretty interesting. And I think everybody has decided the fact that Kendrick won. And Drake, his career is pretty tarnished in highness and certain things you cannot live off. And then when you watch, you can't, because what Kendrick was just flat out saying out of his mouth in those drops, calling him, Pedialyte and different things like that, and he's this, and people were confirming a lot of the stuff Kendrick was saying, and you have to think about it. Those allegations hit Michael Jackson. They never left.
Mm-hmm.
Never left. And in death, it never left. Those kinds of things, you can't live that off. And then today I was online. He had just gotten a Nike deal before all of this for $350 million. That's in shambles. And that's gone. And Drake is not going to be able to repair this.
Well, he accused Drake of messing with children, right?
Yeah, but I said Pedialyte. Certain words you can't say on the radio. Paddle. You know.
But
So,
that's the first time I ever heard of that. So is there any truth behind any of that? Y'all heard those accusations before?
I haven't. We've heard those types of things concerning that has kind of been around Drake for a while. On the younger side, little too young.
Oh, he did grow up in the kids show, right? I think that's where he came from, off of like Nickelodeon or something.
Yeah, but the accusations.
Degrassi.
Yeah.
Degrassi.
But the accusations that has followed him has nothing to do with that period of his life. It says he's been grown. And you hear accusations that the women and they're a little too young. And the actors from Netflix, he readily admitted they became friends. He was like 30, 20 or 30, 31. He was 14. And they're texting one another. What's that about? Why are you texting a child? And just, you just hear things.
Yeah.
That has kind of been, you know what I mean. That's been, don't sound right. And these people look too young. Why you friends with a 14-year-old? Oh, I met, and I said that Justin Bieber's ex-wife, I think Drake dated her. They met when she was like 15, and then they went on a date. They waited till she was, it's just these things that you've heard. And a lot of times with these things be going on, people who are in the industry, they know more. Like Diddy, things just be swirling around, and you're like, well, there's what's the smoke, that type of stuff. And that was what was going. I'm not a Drake fan, but I've always heard things, So he's kind of in a spot. Then he put that Kendrick won the beef, and the Kendrick, the drop that he made within the beef, all of them is like #1 on Spotify and Billboard, and I mean, it's just. It's a lot to get into if you haven't been into it. That's why I had to backtrack after I heard the last two. I was like, oh, it's like this. He's accusing this man and calling him straight out. You're colonizing, you're dancing, you're faking, you a Pedialyte, and I'm like, oh, wow, this is what's happening with this.
Well, Drake is a damn Jew. That's what he is. So I can. He's Jewish. I know Kendrick Lamar. I think Kendrick Lamar is like, American black. So there's that dynamic.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Dre, it looked like Dre is exploiting the community, even though
The
he's
culture, the
black.
culture.
Yeah, because of some of just the way he is. And I get it.
Yeah.
Drake is talented. His music is good and all that kind of stuff. But it's almost like, what's that? The Puerto Rican, not the Indian people name, DJ Khaled, and all of them people.
Oh, he's from he is actually he's from Lebanon. He's Lebanese.
Yeah,
He's Palestinian.
they're exploiting the culture, like DJ Vlad and all. They're exploiting the culture, and
More,
Drake is one of them.
more like land.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. Hold on. Yeah, Drake is Jewish. With the Drake thing, look, Drake is a different caliber as a Kendrick Lamar, right? So I mean, I'm more into the hip hop world, right? So, and this is from a fan perspective or just a listener. They're two different type of artists, right? Kendrick is more of a lyrical artist. He says more stuff with substance that might be consciousness, mixed with some street stuff. But he's more of a conscious hip-hop category versus Drake. Drake is more well-rounded, and I would say in the case of that he makes different type of hip-hop. And his hip-hop, if you want to say, is, the pop. So his audience or his goal is to get to the mainstream audiences, and so he makes those type of songs. Like he might make a Afrobeat type of song. He might do an R&B singing song, and he does all these different things. But remember who put him out, right? So I mean, yes, he's Jewish, but one of the beneficiaries is a black man. Is Baby and Slim, those two brothers, that is the ones that own Cash Money Records. They were the ones that are responsible for him to be where he's at, in a sense, aside from, from Rap-A-Lot Records, right? So these guys, of course, they have a big responsibility and reason why he's where he's at. And then they had the machine back them up. So you have like a machine like Universal, which backs up Cash Money. And yes, because he's light-skinned, they're going to use that. And, because he was on TV, they're going to use that. But we also buy into the bullshit. Because there's a lot of people in the hood that support him, and they don't care whether he's white, black, Jewish. They're like, well, I like his shit. He sounds good, or it makes my, it's for the club. So it's the same thing when you talk about.
Well, I give him that credit. I mean, he talented. Yeah. I'll never take that away from him.
But also, it's like when you ask. Go ahead.
But it's not talent so much.
It's the marketing.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah,
it's not the talent. Not the talent so much, because the rappers, they all about their pen. They all about and we know plenty of them got ghostwriters. But Drake is nothing but ghostwriter. And he is a chameleon. Wherever he's at, if he's doing Caribbean, he mimicking and mocking that. He adapts that. If it's the South, it's dirty South. LA,
he does that. Yes.
He does that. He adapts. Quick story. When he came to D.C. some couple of years ago, you can find it. First time he was ever booed on stage, he was performing in the DMV. And, just great calm crowd at the Verizon Center. You can Google it. It's on YouTube. He came here to perform. And because he is a chameleon, and he will try to adapt wherever he is to be that. When he was in D.C., the people in the DMV, they like hip-hop, pop, they like everything. But the music, the number one music, the culture number one mainstream music culture here, go. That's what it is here in the DMV. Mm-hmm. So when he was on stage, you can Google it, he came out and he was like, "Oh, DMV, this, that," because it was all over the news. Then it went national. Oh, the DMV, this, that. I heard y'all like something called Go-Go. So his band started up, and they were doing something that kind of resembled Go-Go, and them people booed him. No, the people culture here is very protective of Go-Go. And when he was trying to do, and you gotta have the right drum percussion section to get that sound. And when they started, it was something resembling Go-Go and whatever he was doing, and he got mercifully booed. And he was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I see how it is." And then they started up one of his regular songs, and the people said, "Okay, stick with that." And then they went on with the show. He is the chameleon. And when I saw that, and a lot of people saw that what went on DC, they said the cracks is there. And he's showing that he's going to try to be whatever you want me to be wherever I'm at. And I ain't mad at that. You want to know why? Because the top people in the culture, the top people in rap, and all of that, y'all co-signed him. And by co-signing him, you legitimized him, so he came in and had his way.
Who's this unknown caller?
Yeah, just joking.
Go ahead, Joe.
Where we at?
Yeah, I was going to say, can in 2024, can anybody or any culture claim hip hop? I think once they release it to the world, it belongs to the world, because everywhere I travel, there's hip hop. You go to Mexico, there's Mexican hip hop. Heck, you can go, to the Middle East, to Gaza, you're gonna find Palestinian hip hop. So I don't, to be honest with you, maybe I'm an old dude, but I don't understand these beefs, and I don't understand what the issue is. If you don't like Drake, don't buy his music. If you like Kendrick Lamar, buy his music. Whoever you like, you spend your money accordingly. So I don't understand the beefs, and even more than that, I don't understand even wasting time talking about it. I mean, these dudes are not affecting the culture to the degree that make a difference in our world like that. It's entertainment. Yeah, it makes you feel good, but at the end of the day, if Kendrick Lamar or Drake dropped off the planet, would it be that big a deal? I mean, I'm just saying to be devil's advocate more than anything else, and because, like I said, I'm an old dude. I have no idea what any of their music even sounds like. Never listened to a Drake song. Never listened to a Kendrick Lamar song. Why? They don't appear in my playlist. I listen to jazz, but neither here nor there. I'm just wondering, like, look, there's a lot going on in this world right now, and for these dudes to generate PR with a fake ass beef, I don't know. I just feel like, come on, y'all.
I think it's because
as Ed Lover would say, come on, son.
I think is that hip hop is boring right now, and they haven't done anything new. And you see, every couple of years, there's always some type of, like controversial thing that they bring up, that they try to put up out there, where everybody gets involved as far as letting people know, hey, you got this versus, like with the Kanye versus 50 and all these other battles, so-called battles that they had over the years, maybe, different from when the culture started. But now I look at it more because this is like mainstream stuff. So to me, it's like, well, hip-hop has been in this kind of bubble for the last 20-something years. The sound really hasn't changed much. The message hasn't changed much. What is going on? Like you said, what is it bringing out? And I'm not saying that there's not conscious hip-hop out there. I'm just saying that in the mainstream, what's being put out there, what everybody's seeing on the internet, is mostly the same shit. And I think that it's just like, I guess maybe that's what triggers people. Oh, a battle. But to me, it's not driving me anywhere. Look, Drake got a lot of money. Kendrick Lamar is lyrical, and he's getting money right now. there's no comparison to me because this guy's more of a lyrical guy, conscious. Yes, he likes to make money, but his songs is not all for the mainstream, if you want to say. That's not his goal. Drake's goal is to do multi-different music, within hip-hop and outside of hip-hop and make as much money and be as commercial as possible. Okay, I get that. What else? I mean, nothing impresses me. I give them both their credit, but I don't know. I don't see nothing outside of it. Like I said, you know what? What will impress me is that if they give a nice chunk of that money and do something public, that it, I know that they do stuff behind the scenes. I'm not saying they don't have foundation. I'm just saying Drake with a lot of money, throw your money in something, make something big, but that helps, gives back. You made a lot of money. That impressed me. I'm just saying that impressed me.
I agree with you. I hear you. And that's not my lane either. I don't follow that. I don't follow that anymore. But I don't want to sound like the old head. And that's why I took the time to get into it, to see what they were saying. I will start following this. This is not my lane. I don't follow and listen to this. But after I got in, and
you're not old enough for the old heads, Elisa. We haven't sent you your ID card yet. You're not old enough. You'll get there.
But what I'm saying is, I don't want to act like the old head. But that's not my lane. That rap stuff, I don't deal in that anymore. I mean, my favorite rapper, one of them is dead. Two of them is dead. So that's not my lane anymore. But I wanted to hear what they were saying about it. And I wanted to hear what was really going on after I heard some of the drops. And I said, let me see what they're saying about this. Yeah, Drake, a lot of what the people were saying. Yes, hip-hop has been exported all over. It is what it is now. You co-signed, you gave it away. So it's everybody has got a piece of it, and they doing it their own way now. That's just what it is. And you're not going to be able to bring that back and gatekeep. That's done.
No.
But what I was listening to what they were saying about Drake is that, yeah, plenty of people all over the place is indulging in the culture. They're doing their thing. But this is my understanding, that he has been very disrespectful with it. He comes in, y'all know I don't do a lot of cursing. There's noise in the background. Somebody washing dishes or something. And he came in and he's disrespectful to a lot of the old heads, Tupac, some of the founders. He's disrespectful. He doesn't pay homage. And he he's done that. And then he steals from others. And he doesn't, you see what I'm saying? And who has he really put on? Maybe he has, I don't know. But what they have all picked up over the years. Come in, enjoy, get yours. But when you turn around and you shit on those, and from my understanding, he did a lot of that to Pop. He did a lot of that to some of the others. And then I'm the greatest. I did this. I'm it. And then you coming in, and this like, they felt that, okay, you deserve a spanking for that. And I don't have a problem with that. If that's what they decided to do, and from my understanding, I don't know who started it, but they say he started it and he poked the bear. And Kendrick was someone that he was never going to win this beef with because he's more talented. I mean, the man got a Pulitzer prize. Got a Pulitzer. So this happened. Drake got spanked. He was deserving of that spanking. But from my understanding, okay, I'm cool with that. That's your genre. That's your thing. If you all feel he came by and he just made his way, did his thing, but he did it disrespectfully, and you feel as though, because they're not doing this to anybody else. So if you feel that he needed this spanking, no, y'all have control of it, but he deserved that. I mean, what Kendrick was saying, how you gonna come in and just tear up, disrespect Pop, and just tear up and disrespect and say, I'm it, all about me. I'm the best who ever did it. F all of you. They spanked him, and then my understanding is allegedly he's a parasite. Allegedly,
I told you he's a Jew.
involved in-
That's what the Jews do.
Well, no, Tyrone, not
I
that.
know.
No,
I'm just
no.
messing. I'm messing.
But allegedly, anybody that's doing things that they should not be doing with the underage, you need to get them people about the culture, and you need to excise them. And then they got skeletons, but then trashing on you. So if that's what they chose to do, spank him, go for it. That's how I look at it. It's
Well,
not my
ABC
name.
got this opinion from Kanye West he wants me to play, so I'm gonna play that.
I don't get
What is it about Drake that everyone hates? You, Weeknd, Pluto, Metro, Ross.
They say rich baby daddy. It's like Drake has a rich baby daddy named Lucian and Universal. My daddy controlled the spins. My daddy got the DSP. Drake has a rich baby daddy. If you take Drake and Lucian out, that just alters everything because that's such a control thing they had, the algorithm, the way that they work together to fix the numbers and all that.
Okay. Well, you know.
That too.
Yeah, but they all
they
do
said
that. He talking shit. He
Wait,
does that too. He's talking shit.
Drake has made it all the way to the top, and according to them, it's not my lane, so I'm not gonna. If that's what they say, it's not my lane anymore. I will go by what they say. They say a lot of the numbers are fabricated, and if you fabricating, you're stealing. You're not really writing, and then you shitting on us. You need to get spanked. Who got a problem with that? Why would you have a problem with that? Especially that's their thing, and they chose to spank him. That's their thing. That's not my thing. If somebody was throwing it up in what I like, and the people say, well, you know what, this person needs to be exposed. They need to be exposed. But they fraud, and they really need to get on some act right, and we all can enjoy it. I don't have a problem with people doing that. I don't want to be the old head and not understand and not hear what they're saying. That's my interpretation of everything that's been going on. And I think they have all felt this way for a long time, that he's a fraud. Because you know what? I own two, what is the noise in the background? I own 2 Drake albums, CDs or whatever, downloads. I own 2. I can stream them whenever I get ready. And I did not purchase them. I got them for free with my cell phone company. And guess what? So because my cell phone company made a deal that I get a copy of his full stream, I'm counted. What is that noise in the background?
I got my mic muted, so I don't know what else it could be.
Oh, so I'm counted in the numbers as that I bought a Drake. I bought 2 Drake, and I'm counted in the numbers of buying one of Jay-Z's. I didn't seek that. I didn't seek them streams. I got them because of my cell phone company. So I'm counting in the number as have purchased stream Drake. That's the fraud that they're talking about. You understand? I didn't buy it.
I'll be honest with you, they all doing that. It doesn't even matter the color. It's who got the most money. It's who got the most money. Drake is probably getting a little bit more slack because he is white and Jewish, but they all doing it, yeah.
But his machine does it the most. That's the problem.
Right, because he got Universal behind him.
Yeah.
If you listen, right now there's like 3 different major companies that's controlling the industry, right? And Universal is one of them. And that one is the one that's the machine that's helping him. So they ain't gonna let him lose.
Pushing him. And that's okay. That's he's doing that. That's how the game is played now. But while you doing that, don't shit on everybody else.
Right. But they let him in. They still let him rock. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like it's in a way. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, they had let him in. They let him rock for the longest. I'm saying everybody that's I'm saying in general. This is for the people that's listening. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like it's crazy the way it ends up because it's almost like they accepted and look. Like here we are.
They co-signed him, and then the people enjoyed. So all of the co-signers, all of the big wigs, the co-signers, y'all co-signed him. What did you expect? He went to South, he went to LA, he went to New York. Mm-hmm. He got the co-signs. He's here, and the people is enjoying. And you're like, oh, wait a minute, he's shitting on us, and we co-signed. And he's inflating. Everybody's inflating, but his machine is bigger and better and really inflating. Mm-hmm. We don't like it. That's what happened. And I'm sure what I'm saying is the simplistic part of it. It's not old and all of it, but that's what I gathered. And it's probably some more to it too. But that is not my lane. I just wanted to see what all was going on after I heard one of the drops. And then people were accusing him of being a Pedialyte. They were accusing him of all this stuff. And I was like, oh, wait, this is not just Tupac and Nas and Jay-Z when they was coming at one another saying, F your mom. Tupac in a pair of Timbs and jeans, F your mom. I F your girl. I did this, that. They're accusing this man of serious stuff that you can't get off of you. So I was like, let me see what the people doing over here. That's how I got in it. But when it was all going on, I did not care. I don't listen to that. I know who Kendrick is though, and I know who Drake is. And I liked his song, one of his songs, I can't think, with the one with the Caribbean thing to it. That's just about it. I don't follow that. But I wanted to know what they was over there doing. So if somebody bring it up, I can join in on the conversation and stop where my knowledge ends. So my knowledge ends right here. I don't know any more of it because I left up my land. Interesting, though.
Well, you're not ready to be inducted in the superhero league of old folks just yet, but we got your walker ready for when that time comes. We got your walker with your name on it, and your bottle of Geritol.
I'm getting there. I'm gonna get there, and I hope to get there.
Yeah, you get here. Yeah.
I'm gonna get there, and I hope I'm almost there, and I hope to get there, and I'm gonna surpass it. And I'm going to live it, and I'm going to be thankful that I'm there. Not like these young people talking about, you old, y'all old, what do you know? You dingbat, that should be a goal of yours, So that should be your goal. You should have said, that's not a drag. That's not a drag. It's not giving what you're thinking it's giving. That should be a goal of yours to get to be 60 and 70 and to get to be using the pens and whatever else. That should be your goal. That should be.
Well, I think that though we'll all successfully get there if we could keep Sarge from yelling and blowing out our eardrums. Because it would be nice not to have to wear a hearing aid just to listen to that.
And
Sarge.
And raising of the blood pressure. So yeah, that he's a blood pressure raiser. So that's the goal, to get there. So young people are stupid when the younger people are stupid when they start that you old. Don't you hope to be old? Isn't that
right? And I would say it could be even contradictory or I would say hypocrisy. But look, on their end, for the young people, this could work like a double-edged sword, right? It's like this. Yeah. You say it's old. Well, guess what? Battling is old. battling. They've been battling since the beginning of hip hop. So y'all looking at it like it's something new and we might be out of date. Well, no, that's been happening for years. Now, is it happening? Of course, with new artists. And what I say is this. That's why I say that, you know, it's almost like hip-hop gets boring because it's been a pattern. Every couple of years, it's like, well, you know, there's not much happening. Everybody talked about how much money they made, how many people they shot, all the shit that you can talk about. Now what? All right, so let's see who's the best in whatever. And that's what ends up happening. Even though behind-the-scenes battling is happening, there's a whole I don't say genre, but there's like a subculture within hip hop that has nothing to do with selling records. And you got battle rappers that are online that are, they do these competitions all the time. So I mean, it's not you know, people could say, well, old, and then say that we're old. Well, older is also having more knowledge of, you know, and experience and being at some of these places that you probably don't know of. And it's good to get that information. Just like I cherish people that's been around older than me that could tell me about stuff that they seen or been a part of, and they could tell me because they were there. You know what I'm saying? Versus, you know, hearing some historical book from 100 years ago, which is also good. But, you know, I would say just appreciate that you can get people that are older within the same culture as you, might not be into the music of now, but knows the history or knows some knowledge of the music and how things go. And again, some things change, but some things remain the same. And the battles portion of this has been something that has never changed. It's been there since the beginning of hip-hop, how hip-hop was formed. So there, I'll leave it there.
No, I agree with you 1,000%. But my mother knows when they were in school, middle school, and their oldest sister had got married young and moved to New York, and they would go up in the summertime, and my mother and her sister's husband took them, and when they talk about this, took them to go see Malcolm X in an auditorium speech. I'm like, wow. You see what I'm saying? Wow. That is awesome. Because the folks was dead by the time I was born. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
They were all gone. Martin, all of them. So I'm like, wow. And then they're like, yeah. And then we came up, and when they were in like high school, and then he had to march on Washington, they had a church bus trip. And they came up. And I'm like, you know, that is just, that's priceless. So, yes, I agree with you. I want to hear about those things. I want to hear about how we, like some of my relatives that were here, we used to go to the such and such, and when Motown Review, we went to go see such and such, such and such. That stuff that's priceless. So, I mean, yeah, all that stuff is important. So, yeah, and then my grandma and them talk about they all grew up, they were born and raised during Jim Crow. My mother and them were children. They came up during Jim Crow. And they lived at the separation in the South, the water fountains. They had theirs. They went to segregated schools. They went through this. We did none of that. I didn't do that. That was not our existence. So that kind of stuff is priceless when they sit and tell the story of how it was. All of my grandparents are passed. But when they used to sit and tell the stories back when they were young, during World War II, and this was happening, and that was happening, and such got drafted. Then when my uncles talk about they were drafted for Vietnam, and how they didn't know if this is what happened to me when I went over there, and such, and when they gave me my own whatever gun that you use, war weapon. He said when they was looking at it, he had to clean it even some more because it had some of the last person's blood in it. He had to clean some of that out. They didn't get it all out. And when he looked, it was stamped made by Mattel.
Made by Mattel.
You know, they had to, because they had, you know, the companies and stuff. When you're at war, they get the contracts and they make. And Mattel made his. I was like, Jesus Christ. Those are stories that are priceless. He said that thing was made by Mattel. and he had to get the remnants of the last bit of the remnants of the last person who had it. That's just how bloody that war was. So that kind of stuff, that stuff is priceless. And people talk about you old. We got a bat rattle going on. Well, there was a bat rattle going on when I was young too. So I mean, and I was your age too. So I don't know. A lot of it is arrogance and not enough frontal lobes being developed when they say stuff like that. But yeah.
Yep. So I guess
Then
we
the
covered
boom-
the
then
Drake, the Trump, the
Yeah, the other.
Ann Coulter, the Vivek, the stupid ass. But yeah, I'm tired
And
of
what
politics.
else?
I'm tired of politics, y'all. I'm they didn't beat me.
I am too.
They didn't beat me. They just
Well,
need to
this
go
is
ahead.
going to be the most pivotal or most, I think, not only historical but memorable time. I think in our own history. No matter where we go from here, as after November. I think it's going to be real crucial, and what November is going to be the month that we're going to remember.
There's no going back to the normal. The Republican Party is ruined.
It's done.
Yeah. So
It's done.
what are you running against? You ain't running against anybody with any type of morals or ethics. They don't care about being racist. They don't care about embracing extremists. So I don't know what the hell this country. Donald Trump fucked this country up. I mean, they ripped it apart.
He did.
Well, he triggered the fire that was brewing, or the thing that was there, and he was I think.
He didn't. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think he would. I mean, I think he was a main, because he's not even, like I said, they look at him as a leader. He's like one of those guys again. He pokes, he does this. He's like a bully wannabe, because when you slap him upside his head, then he'll stop. But there's ones that are really serious, and they go and they're real, like they're going in, and they don't care about all that, and they're willing to go there. I think he playing, but he knows that again when they slap him in his hand and they, he's not gonna take the ultimate plunge in a sense. Right now, I think what happens to him, this is going to determine this country, if it's weak or if it's going to be strong. And then it's going to be other countries that's watching this. So anytime we talk shit about other countries, they're going to say, oh, yeah, but you let a corrupt president get away with shit. You want us to be doing this? Other countries ain't going to respect that. They got to keep that in mind. Think that. Government people that's not us. I'm a civilian, regular person, and I don't have the knowledge that they do. But they have to phantom and say, you know what? If we let this guy get away with it, other countries are going to do whatever they want, and we can't tell them a goddamn thing. And even we do, we're going to just, they're going to tell us, not respect us and say, well, you guys don't do shit. How are we going to respect you if you don't respect your own laws?
That's the position that Vladimir Putin took one time.
He's doing now.
Well, I'm saying he took that position when the United States was trying to talk about them being inhumane to their citizens. Russia just looked at us and said, look at how you treat your black citizens. So they already take that position. Yeah.
Look at that.
And it's going to be even worse now.
It's not just how they treat the blacks. The Democrats, all of the politicians are compromised.
Playing with that money. Yeah,
by illegal bribes. The Democrats are cheating. And they do not, and the veil has been pulled off. This war pulled the veil off. They do not represent their constituents.
Nope.
They represent their donors.
Corporation.
That's both sides. And a lot more people see that now. It's both sides. They do not represent us. The fact that they know that when the polling, the majority of American people, they want a ceasefire. The majority of the American people don't want no money going. No, they don't want any more money going to Israel. The majority
but
of
they're
people,
still going and doing it.
They still sending it. The majority of the people want want rollback. The majority of and they not doing what their constituents want.
Right.
They're doing what their donors want. The veil has been pulled back. So yeah, Donald Trump did his job. He did a piece on this country, but the rest of them did too.
Oh yeah.
They don't represent us, and a lot of people was like, oh my God, they don't represent their constituents. They do. The constituents telling them we don't want you, we don't want, and they do what their donors tell them to do. Both of them, the black and the white. You have a handful that's not. You have a handful that's not, but the majority of them do. They do not represent us. So this country is treating everybody like crap. They're taking all of our hard-earned money and they're sending it overseas. They're doing whatever they want to do with it, and they will not come together and fix up Obamacare and give us a comprehensive health program, free health, a health program, universal health program that all of these other, most of the European countries got, that Israel got. They're messing over everybody. And the people got us bogged down in who's using our bathroom.
Yep. I mean, that thing that's going on over there in Israel should be, I don't know, this is a bad look for the United States to keep and not be more hard against. Why don't we, since Drake is a Jew, we need to send Drake over there to tell him to stop them people from killing the Gosnian people.
He hasn't said one word about it, and he's mad because he's not trying to mess up the money.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't know if I can blame him because we're all suckers. And I read an article with some Europeans was talking about Americans, and they were saying that Americans, it is really, really awful how their government treats them. And a lot of them don't even know it. And that's true. It's true. They won't even give us a comprehensive universal medical. The people say, well, we want a little bit of money, the child tax credit. We ain't got it. Well, can you hype with y'all? Go ahead and make Social Security stop. We ain't got it. Well, what about something? We ain't got it. But they got billions to send a prosperous country whose citizens have universal health care, whose military is very well taken care of, and their veterans, and our veterans, a lot of them are sleeping on the street with mental problems.
Yeah, and don't y'all be fooled. Don't y'all be fooled. Whenever they're talking about spending money in Ukraine, whenever they're talking about sending money to Israel, whenever they're talking about sending money anywhere outside the United States of America, don't think that the congressmen and the senators don't have some type of connection to get some of that kickback from that money that they're sending overseas.
Yes.
So I mean,
and they do. And one reason why they want to send those war weapons that you call them, Tyrone, because they're one of their biggest donors.
Yeah.
The industry that makes that. So
yeah, for instance, like if they're sending missiles, right? And the missile is a big old corporation, and they got stocks. So all these people in Washington have to do with this insider trading shit is know that they approved this budget for these missiles, and I'm gonna go buy me some stocks, so that stock price is gonna go up, or however they do it. They're getting kickback some type of way whenever they approve these military funds.
And the industry who makes the weapons, they have the lobbyists and they illegal bribes to their campaign.
Give me the contract.
Like,
Give me the contract.
Yeah, y'all better.
I'll give you a check.
Y'all better send them. Yeah, y'all better send them weapons over there. Y'all better go ahead and do this. Y'all better start that war. And the politicians, their interest is not the American people. We don't want no wars. We don't want no weapons sent over there. We don't want them started. I don't want my sons killed in no desert. I don't want none of this. Y'all cool this thing down. And they vote and represent those who are giving them the money.
Yeah.
Those who are giving them the money. So it's both sides. It's both sides. Both sides. And that's the sad part about this. They're really doing a number number on us while we're arguing hate, who's in the bathroom, and the supposed open borders, while we're arguing over
Well, that's the
that.
dumbest conversation about that border.
Yes, Lord. And they over there doing the deed for the people who skipping in the checks, and we bogged down in the borders is wide open. Trump gave me a check during COVID. I don't want the transgender in my bathroom. I hate the blacks. I hate the Hispanics. That's what we're bogged down doing.
Well, yeah, and then they just got us completely. I guess I don't hear it nowhere else. They got us to stop talking about reparations altogether. I don't even know where that conversation went.
What's that? What is that? They got us bogged down in what's that? They got us bogged down in foolishness. So I mean, it is what it is. We're all being treated, and Trump over there saying the quiet part out loud. He's over there saying, "Well, when I get back in, I'm gonna give the police immunity, so they can continue to do their job with impunity." And you know what that means? When he gun you down and you ain't got no gun, you was just walking out the supermarket. There's nothing you can do. Oh, he's saying the quiet part out. He told the rich people at fundraiser, y'all like those tax breaks. Guess what? I'm gonna give y'all another round. Okay? Steady calcifying the wealth gap. But the people I hate the blacks. They don't want the transgender in my bathroom. The borders is wide open. They playing a game on us. And we have to do something about the immigrants who's bringing the drugs when the corporations want them people here so they can pay them less. It's all one big game.
Yeah, the pharmaceutical bring in more drugs in this country than any migrant did.
Yeah. Oh, and them, the pharmaceutical companies, Big Pharma, they giving them checks to say, allow us to charge the people more than it's worth for the EpiPen, even though the government fund us to come up with that. Oh, we're going to charge them much more for this medication so that the people at the top can get this money, even though they already had paid for it when y'all gave the money for the funding. It's all one big game. It's all one big game. If we're taking advantage of badly and we're not getting anything in return.
Yep.
And it's both sides.
It's both sides. But you know, the reason that I talk about Republicans more than I talk about the Democrats is because they're the ones that's the face of evil. But the Democrats,
the Democrats
is just
are trying to hold on to something. They're trying to hold on to something. They're not trying to give the police immunity. They're trying to keep Social Security at least. There's certain things they're trying, and then they're trying to bring Roe back. So that's why I'm voting blue. That's it.
Well, yeah, and the Republicans are just clownish, just straight up clownish, because this whole impeachment thing, the House ain't passed no damn laws or anything since they've been up there trying to. They haven't did anything. They can't govern. I've been said that years ago. They can't govern, and they're showing us that they can't govern. Marjorie Taylor Greene is trying to get rid of another Speaker of the House. It's just stupid shit that they doing up there in Washington right now.
They ain't doing nothing. That's what they doing. But they got together to pass that last funding bill for the Ukraine and Israel. They did that.
Well, probably because Mike Johnson is probably invested in one of those companies or whatever the fuck. You know.
Oh yes, or they legally don't. They did a illegal bribe to his campaign.
He got paid. Really he definitely got paid.
It doesn't really matter. And the Supreme Court justices is taking summer vacations from the donors. It's a joke. It is a joke. I mean, Clarence Thomas is going to all the games or whatever it is that he does, all the golf courses. He's going on yacht trips. I mean, they're just taking advantage really are.
Well, there
Thinking
need to
about
be
it.
a big old movement in this country, a legitimate one, to rise up against and
Yes,
rebel against all of these people like Clarence Thomas, and the corruption.
all of them,
Yes,
all of them, but they're not. They
I'm
too
saying a
concerned
legitimate
with who.
movement, not nobody that's stealing anybody's
I
money. You know, just
I agree.
they need to oppose this stuff,
Agree.
and the voices of American citizens need to be heard some type of way, because I mean
I agree.
they're just
Something,
doing whatever they want to,
something.
and Joe
They
Biden
just do whatever they want to.
Joe Biden is going to make what, weed legal federally now? Is that what he's supposed to be doing?
Yeah, so he can get your vote.
Yeah,
Why don't you get a child tax credit?
yeah.
I mean, you do the weed thing too, but what about that child tax credit? Something that's do both. But the people, they worried about who might walk in the bathroom. I know I keep saying that, but it's true. If they would do some stuff and do some things, I don't care who come in the bathroom, long as they don't attack, touch, or do anything to anybody. If they do some really honest work that the constituents want, I don't care who walk in the bathroom. I really don't. I don't care about the immigrant who's getting a check under the table. I don't care about that. If they was to really do something for the constituents, I don't care nothing about that.
Yeah,
And the borders are not bust wide open.
They could stop immigration tomorrow if they wanted to, but they don't want to. I mean, we're the strongest military power on the fucking planet, and you telling me you can't stop people from walking across your fucking border? Get the hell out of here.
But that's, first of all, the borders is not wide open.
Yeah.
It's a mess, but it's not wide open. But you know what, Tyrone? They could be wide open if they was to do some stuff, universal health care, child tax credit, make SSI solvent, different things like that. They can open up, bust them wide open. I don't care. As long as they do some stuff that's going to benefit the people. You know, I mean, but they not.
Yeah, they're not going to do
They're
that.
not.
They don't. I mean, they're probably. I don't know if they're going to even enhance whatever is at the border now or not. But clearly, after all of these years, and they haven't fixed or tried to correct the problem. There's something else going on there. Who's this unknown caller?
They don't.
Yeah, I drop. I was gonna say, in regards to the border, I mean, like you said, they could fix it. Right? Give the resources, and this is simple. But it takes money, so they're gonna have to allocate the money and agree to say, okay, we're gonna give them. Right? So now, okay, so put the money in the whatever, approve locking in whatever needs to be done, so there won't be people crossing over, and then the process also, because people ain't talking about the process, maybe making a better process. System.
I think so one of the main concerns about stopping people is that they're going to be a build up of people on the other side, and that's going to cause a humanitarian crisis. But if they want to stop it, then hell, that's be Mexico's problem, not ours. So if they really want to stop it, they can do that.
Mexico ain't gonna do nothing. They don't care about these people. They don't. They need a lot more judges. They need more border patrol. If they get a lot more judges, put up some more facilities, they can go through them cases and get that build up going, and then it won't be so much of a humanitarian crisis. Because if a humanitarian crisis break out, and it will break out on the Mexico side, the Mexican government is not, they rely on them people coming through sending money back.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it. That's part of their GPA. They don't care nothing about that. They let them people starve out there. The Mexican government don't care nothing about that. The United States will get blamed for it. So,
Yeah, I mean, but the way I look at it is, since it's been, I ain't gonna say open, but since people have been coming through for so long, and you can see the results, it's not what they're painting. It's not high crimes. There ain't nobody stealing nobody goddamn jobs, and all that kind of shit. They do get their fair share of American work. Now, I can't say that they don't, but it's not this big old thing that the Republicans making it out to be, to where they're raping
that they
people
get raping women and they putting mess in the Halloween candy. It's not all of that. It's just not good.
Yeah.
It's not all of that. I think we can all agree it's not good, but it's not all of that that they're saying.
Yeah, and it's not the immigrants bringing fentanyl over here. It's hell, it's China shipping it over here.
Is anybody that's willing to take it over here? You know, so you have all type of people bringing drugs from all backgrounds, nationalities, but it's not one is you know, the demand of drugs here in this country, and like you said before, the prescription drugs that are manufactured through the opioids and the cocaine that they take from, you know, Colombia, and they manufacture, because we don't know what they do. They say they dissolve all that cocaine that they confiscate, right? I mean, sometimes you see them in piles burning, which it messes up the environment. I would think that if somebody inhales that smoke of a burning inferno of cocaine, that they're probably going to get intoxicated, which is not good for the environment anyway, because it's toxin. But I don't like the American country intakes that through the dentistry, through the hospital, through the regular pharmacies, as you said. So and we see that around suburban America. Not only in inner city now, suburban America is addicted to drugs.
They're addicted to that stuff. But if they put some money
and it's prescription drugs.
If they put some money into drug rehabilitation and those in places, that would help the problem. That would lessen the need for it. And I saw a documentary of the fentanyl, and all of it's not coming. A lot of it's coming from China and other places. They manufacturing a lot of it too and sending it over here. So,
well, yeah.
They could stop
and
that.
Speaking of drugs, it was the Trump White House, and I know I heard this story before, but here's Reuters saying that Trump White House pharmacy improperly provided drugs and misused funds, and Trump White House was ordering stuff like fentanyls and strong drugs. And they did it through the pharmacy, which was legal, but it was these type of strong drugs that they was getting right in the fucking White House. So whenever they saying that they got a drug problem, it's these people that's complaining about the goddamn drug problem, that's using the drug problem, that's just making it a political talking point to make.
They don't like you on it, but they like their shit. It's not a problem for them. It's a problem for you.
Yeah.
No, they don't care if you want it. They don't care. It's not that they don't like you or they don't care if you want it. They just care about the means of you stealing and money and stuff to buy it. But they don't care about.
And they're not gonna help you. They don't want to help you recover. You're on your own.
No.
Yeah, and this is another story where the media failed us at, because the media should have been telling us about all them damn potheads in the White House when Trump was up there, but they never reported on that stuff like that.
So it is one of
they was doing more than pot.
That they not trying.
They were pill heads, man. They were ordering all type of pills. So they was keeping uppers and downers. Uppers and downers. So yeah, because they had to stay up and then they had to go to sleep. So they were doing Michael Jackson 2.0. You know, so at the end of the day, they get the award for the most drug addicts on prescriptions in the White House. The Trump bunch. Sarge, what do you say about that, Sarge?
It's sad.
Well, they won't highlight the negative stuff from Trump. I mean, I don't know.
No, but they tell stupid stories that the people who are bringing in, like the fentanyl and the different colors, like they look like M&M's. That they putting it in. Remember that when that was going on, the far right was running with that. They were doing service announcements. They putting it in the trick or treat candy. Nobody is wasting their money on no trick or treat candy. They're They're not doing that. That's not a thing. That's something somebody made up. Somebody who's throwing away money just to give it away in trick or treat. That is not happening. And then when it finally came out, no, that's not happening. Common sense should have told you that that's not happening. Nobody's going to waste money on products to give it out for Halloween. Who's doing that? Nobody. It's just crazy. And people fall for it. They fall for it. Yeah, they putting fentanyl for the Halloween candy. And we have to worry about who's coming in the bathroom. That's what they got us bogged down in. Foolishness.
Yeah.
Oh,
in this report right here, it says, in this report, it says the unit spent $46,500 in 2017 to 2019 on 8,900 units of doses of Ambien, and which was 174 times more than the $270 generic equivalent, and would have cost the same amount. It spent $98,000 on 4,180 doses of Provogol.
Oh, that shit that Mike had.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then it
They
says
were doing MJ.
It says both drugs were dispersed without verification of the patient identities. Opioids and sleeping medications were not properly accounted for, and were tracked using error-filled, unreadable handwritten records. So that doctor at the White House then for Trump was just handing out these same drugs that they say coming illegally over the border.
You like the contradiction, huh?
Yeah,
That's
it's
the way
bullshit.
they do their
That's
thing,
why I
the
laugh at these
hypocrisy
fuckers
is-
when they talk, oh, your border is open, the Mexicans bringing in drugs, blah, blah, blah. They full of shit.
And they in the back taking a hit and shit.
Yeah.
And the Chinese are sneaking and sending it over here. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it's just, they're not sneaking, they're sending a bunch of it over here.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is the country we live in. We have to hope for the best. They have scared us for over different elections over the years. The devil is knocking at the door, the lesser of two evils. Devil, y'all have to, and Biden done himself when he said if they have their way, I think this is a cognitive thing that's going on why he said this way, because you didn't think, when he said, because if they have their way, he was telling some kind of black audience or something. He would say, they had their way, they have all of y'all back in chains. I was like, damn, Biden, we know that's the goal, but you didn't have to say it like that. So, it's just a mess. He's too old to be president. Trump is too corrupt, and those are the choices that we're faced with. And they scared us so long about the other side is the devil, the lesser of two evils, the devil. And someone who I do not like, I'm not going to say I don't like him, but I'm not a fan. Charlemagne the God, I saw him, he did an interview with one of the CNNs or somebody on one of the Sunday shows. And he said, yes, he's not going to endorse anyone, because they used to always endorse. He found out that Hillary had hot sauce in her pocketbook.
Mm-hmm.
But he said that he's not going to endorse anyone. Quite a few people have said that. They're not endorsing anyone. They're just going to vote. And that's fine, because no one should be going by what no celebrities say anyway. But he's not going to endorse. So the person asked him, said, well, so does that mean that you're going to vote for Trump? And he said, I'm not endorsing anyone. He said, one party, he said, is for women's rights, it's for LGBTQ rights. One party is for this, one party is for that. He said, who you think I'm voting for?
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'm just not going to endorse. I accept that. From him. I'm not endorsing anybody. But you're going to ask, talking about, well, so does that mean you're going to vote for Trump or you're not going to vote? And when he broke it down that way, that's about where I'm at with it. He said that what the party that the things that he's interested in, one's better on this, one's better on this, one's better on this, one's better on that. Who do you think I'm going to vote for. Everything that he said, that's the party of blues. So of course I'm voting for them. I'm just not doing any public endorsement.
Right.
I can accept it.
Who's this unknown caller?
Hi, Tyrone. This is Miss Lady. I'm getting over a virus, so.
All right.
Anyway, I just wanted to share something. There's a lady a black lady. I like her. I think she's a nurse or RN. She has her own YouTube channel called Politics by Tabitha.
Oh yeah, I watch her.
I watch her.
Did you see her recent 4-minute clip about Project 2025?
I seen some of her stuff she did on Project 2025. I didn't see the recent one.
Oh my goodness! She says it's now being discussed in congressional hearings. There's a short 4-minute clip. Maybe you could play it, and it's quite interesting because I didn't know anything about it. It just, it came up in my feed.
Yeah, I'm very well aware of it. Play it, Tyrone.
I'm gonna look for it now.
Not aware of that. Before we get off the air, play it. It's very
Everybody
important.
should hear this because, they start putting in plans, years ahead of time.
It's scary.
It's
everybody
scary.
who's not aware of it, and this is not propaganda. It's true. Google it, research it. That's what I said. It's scary right now. You play Tyrone before we get off. Thanks, Mr.
Well, what's the name? You know what the name of the video?
It's called It was done today. It's called Project 2025, now being discussed in congressional hearings.
Oh, I see it now.
Yep.
Okay,
That's
so
right. It's scary. It's scary.
Well, yeah, I seen one of those hearings where they was discussing Project 2025. Hold on, let me see if I can put her on here.
Not enough people's talking.
Well,
about
that young black Congress woman, I think she's from Texas.
Yeah,
she's
Texas.
I love her. She's questioning one of the men involved in this Project 2025. So she plays a short.
Oh yeah, I seen
clip.
that. I seen that actually. Okay, so let me see if I can get it to play.
They're talking about Project 2025 and trying to sound the alarm about Project 2025.
Let me pause it and try to do something else here. I just download it because
I see it, but I can't.
I could play it.
No, I get it. I get it. But yeah, Jasmine Crockett was questioning that dude. I seen that. And she's good. I like her.
And not enough people are talking about this. It's starting to really make the rounds, and more people are becoming aware of it, but not enough and not fast enough.
And that's what they do is they secretly go and they make these plans. I mean, white people ain't dumb. they make these plans to take over the country, and then they implement them. They go ahead and build their armies behind the scene, and then next thing you know, they empower and they're trying to implement all these crazy.
Oh yeah, they get them Supreme Court justices in place and other federal court and state judges in place. They give donations to their preferred political. They push they have a method to their madness.
They've been playing the long game for a while, and this is the time that they see it's going to become fruition, and that's the problem. People haven't been paying attention, and if Trump gets back in, he had the game plan last time. This time they have tightened up on it. There won't be no more General Milley. There won't be people in his cabinet that refuse to do certain things. They know who to place where that will be loyalist to it, get it done. This next go round. And people sitting back thinking they're kidding. They're not kidding with you.
No, he told you.
They almost had it last time, but there was enough people. There was people were there who was like that was able to save it, and people in his own cabinet was like, if you do that, I'm going to quit right now. You had General Milley, who went around to, we know what y'all planning, and you bet not. Then it was people, and there was people who were able to step up and stop it. The next go round, we ain't gonna have none of them people. They're gonna have loyalists that will put the foot to the gas, and they're gonna press down. What's gonna happen? And you got dumb black people talking about, well, Trump gave me a check. Okay, Tyrone, what you doing? Downloading it?
Yeah, I'm downloading it now. Y'all keep checking.
That's what they planning. That's what they're planning. And they got it tight. They're gonna have it tight this time if he get back in. And if he get back in, let me stop talking like that. But I know a lot of people said that they're not going to vote for anybody. They're gonna stay home because of the plight of the Palestinians. I'm
crazy.
with them. I'm with they fight. They're not gonna do that because of the war in Gaza. I'm with that. I want a ceasefire. I want them people to have their freedom, and they just. I want all of that for them. But there's a but. There's a but. I have young people. If it was just me, well, then it's different. But I've got young people and stuff in my family. I can't tunnel vision my vote because of the plight of the power. Just that. I cannot. Not just that. I have my vote and whatever it is that I do.
Well, I mean, you can protest for Gaza without screwing up your own politics at home. They shouldn't combine the two. That's stupid.
And that's the stupid part. You're going to be tunnel vision. I'm a vote Green Party. I'm a vote for Cornell. I'm voting for no. You stupid. You tunnel. And I heard someone say this back. I forget her show. He said voting is for the mature. It's for the mature. And I agree with that. It really everybody should do it. But it's really for them. It really should be for the mature. Because you tunnel vision in your vote on, look at what's happening in Gaza. I'm not voting for nobody. No.
No, I really sympathize with those people, and I think our government should do better.
I do.
But I mean, to hold your vote and watch your own country go up under, you're gonna be just like them damn people in Gaza. You keep doing stupid shit like that. Okay, here's the video, guys. Yeah, and y'all need to go subscribe to this lady channel. She be putting it down sometimes now.
When I first started talking about Project 2025 and trying to sound the alarm about Project 2025, I got so many people from the Watermelon Mafia getting down in my comments, telling me that I'm fear-mongering, saying that they made it under Trump the first 4 years, they'll be just fine in the next 4 years. You can't scare us with Project 2025. It's not even real. This video is for you. This video is just for you.
Executive Director for the America First Legal, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And America First Legal is a member of Project 2025, which is dedicated to creating the playbook for the next conservative administration and what it calls the Project Pillars, correct?
We are proud contributors to Project 2025.
Okay. And are you familiar with Project 2025's mandate for leadership?
In fact, I am.
Okay. And in fact, you wrote some of the sections of this mandate related to the DOJ, correct?
Sure did.
And the mandate outlines policy priorities for the next conservative president. Is that correct?
It does.
You've done a great job. I just want to let you know. All right, so let's walk through some of the provisions of the mandate. It calls for eliminating the Department of Education eliminating the Department of Commerce, deploying the military for the use of domestic law enforcement against protesters under the Insurrection Act of 1807.
Yep.
It also has the repealing of Schedule F status for thousands of federal employees to allow a president to replace career civil servants with unqualified partisan loyalists. That's probably my favorite of it. It also prohibits the FBI from combating the spread of misinformation and disinformation, like Russia and China, who are actively trying to interfere with American elections. I don't know why or how anybody can support Project 2025. And I know that there was allegedly a joke about dictators and whether or not that's funny, but in the United States of America, dictatorships are never funny. And Project 2025 is giving the playbook for authoritarianism as well as the next dictator to come in.
Project 2025, Israel. They're having congressional hearings about Project 2025. You've got people in these congressional hearings testifying how they're involved with the implementation of Project 2025. You've got that John McGinty guy all over social media and doing interviews talking about his role in Project 2025. You've got Representative Jasmine Crockett cross-examining a witness who is testifying that he is involved and proud of it in Project 2025. You survived under Trump's first 4 years. I'm here to tell you that you won't survive under Trump should he get in for another 4 years.
There you go.
Who's this unknown caller?
Oh, that was me, Tyrone. I had to hang up and I called back in. But, I didn't know this was happening, but I'm not surprised. I'm sure there might be other projects that we don't know about that are being written up and discussed, maybe by other groups. So this is shameful.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is an attempt to destroy this democracy. Trump couldn't do what he wanted to do, like y'all said, because he had pushback from Kelly and others during his first administration. But if this plan goes through, people are going to be at the ready as soon as he wins the election to fire people and get people out of there so they can run this country the way they want to run it, like she said, up under authoritarian style of leadership. And that's what they want, clearly, because as you can see, they don't care what Trump does. He can't do anything wrong. So whenever he got the highest position on the planet, of course they're going to agree with him, no matter what decisions that he makes.
And there goes Medicare and Social Security, and they'll have the media controlled by, the powerful elite. It's going, people, listen, everybody should get their passport ready, not to go become a passport bro. But if you got to get up on out of here, I'm serious. Have your money right, because, by the grace of God, we'll be okay. But with this, they're really working hard to destroy, like you said, destroying this country.
To destroy the country. And to get it the way to what they want it to be. And we already know that none of the politicians, let me take that back. The majority of the politicians are not working and doing the work that for their constituents. They're doing it on behalf of their donors. I don't know what people want. More people want. You allowed yourself to get brainwashed up with this stuff. I don't know what more people
Yeah,
want.
we pulled up the website
Like, what?
for Project 2025, and Sarge was saying that he agreed with everything that is going to go on with Project 2025.
There you go.
So they just blindly follow this stuff.
Some people want to get ruled, man. Some people want to get ruled. And
No,
some
you know what,
people,
Jay? I hear you.
Or they think they're gonna be. They think they're gonna be.
They're gonna
make some benefits for. They think they'll get some benefits
what I think
joining that side, but they'll just be used. And
they're gonna be
away.
out in the curve too. They're gonna be out in the curve waiting for a piece of bread online for hours for a piece of bread like we Russia.
What I think is that it ain't that they want to be rude. It's just that they've been programmed to believe that beating the Dems or beating the other side is what they're supposed to stick by. And whenever they do beat the other side and find out what's really there, I think they're gonna be shocked.
Do you think it's some kind of psychological thing where if they think that can I finish, please? If they think that, okay, I'm gonna side with them because I view them as more powerful. Because I think a lot of people would love to have power, but they don't really have it. So they believe just by siding with the side that are kind of bullying and they appear to be very forceful and aggressive, that they somehow attribute that they are likewise indirectly powerful and forceful, and they can demand and tell people what to do and what not to do just by siding with them.
There's a little bit of that going on.
Some of that might rub off on them. They, like they're adjacent to it. It's very strange.
But in reality, that's not going to be the reality whenever.
Well, they're delusional.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that. That's why I said it's some kind of psychological kind of
authority.
I don't
thing
think
going
I
on.
think that what it boils down to, they do not understand what it is like to live under a dictatorship.
Right.
I don't think it's that at all. I don't think it's that. They're not unintelligent. I'm talking about the Sarges of the world and these Congress people and these people writing up these programs. They're not dumb. They know history. They know what Hitler and the sadistic authoritarian dictators have done to countries. I'm not talking about but I really believe even the ones that aren't, they really siding with what they perceive as bullies, aggressive people, forceful people, and they think that's powerful. And they want to feel powerful. I really believe it's a component to that. So they think by just siding with them, like even kids, they side with the schoolyard bully. They'll be on their side. When the bully is beaten up, the person that's trying to do the right thing, that's kind, that's appropriate, but people will side with the bully.
Yeah. Here's the deal. Like when Donald Trump won the first time, they got that feeling of we won. So they embraced that win, and they was running around here with their chest out. Everybody was winning. Now they want to have that feeling again. So they want to be on the win. They don't want to switch sides, but they want their team to win. That's what Sargent.
And they get no real benefits from siding. The little kids following behind the schoolyard bully don't get any benefits from following behind the bully.
It's mental. It's a mental high.
It still boils down to they're not the ones being bullied, so they don't know what that feels like.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can be as smart as you want to be. You can study. I study history. I'm a history buff. You give me a documentary and a book.
Okay. I just have a different viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I'm just saying my viewpoint. reading about history, knowing about history, and studying history. And a lot of that. I could talk a good game about World War II, World War I. And I'm about to get into the Vietnam War so I can become more knowledgeable about that. That is not the same as experiencing it. So and then that leads to what your thought process is, Miss Lady. They think it's being adjacent with power. They think it's this. It leads to that because they never experienced what it's really like. So then your theory comes up. So it's both, but it boils down to they not on the bad end of the bully. They're not the ones going through it. So they think that they're getting power. They're getting whatever it is from watching and being adjacent to the person who's doing the bullying. Person who knows who's on the Trump team, and we're gonna have money, we're gonna do this, we're gonna have power. That's what they're thinking because they've never experienced living under a dictatorship. And you know what? There's plenty of people alive today that has lived under a dictatorship, and they will tell you. You take like the whole, y'all don't want that. It's not.
Yeah, but see, but see, they ain't dumb enough not to know what it is to be up under a dictatorship because they know history. They know history. They know Hitler. They know all these things, right? But I think that they're willingly ignoring the facts that's in front of their face. Is that there's a mirror image of a process of taking over that happened in history and is happening again now, but they just ignoring it, and it's going to be too late.
Yeah.
If it ever comes to fruition, it's going to be too late.
It's going to be too late.
Yeah.
And
they think they're all part of that.
It's true.
They think they're also going to get a benefit off of it.
And you know what?
Yeah.
The thing with me, the thing with me is that you seen the signs whenever they took over the state building in Michigan. Whenever these people with guns and Trump flags were just going around the country, just promoting violence and all this, you see the signs in Charlottesville. Whenever all that shit, you seen the signs where these people were showing who they really are and how they want to govern. And then it culminated into January the 6th, and they still don't see it. They still don't see that that's the type of. So I don't know what the fuck wrong with them.
Could you take like the dynasty, took like Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge? That was in the 70s. Plenty of those people are still alive and around. You can talk to them. What was it like?
Yeah.
They can tell you their experience living under that. But if you haven't experienced that, and even people who are still here from Nazi Germany, whoever's still left, who's ever still around, that was a dictatorship. The Germans were held hostage too by that dictatorship. And if you ask them, they go, no, that's not what y'all want. You're doing what Miss Lady says. That's what you're doing. What she says, that's what you're thinking. But because you didn't experience it, you don't want to live under that. If you ever experience that, you don't want to go back to that. You don't want to live under that. You don't want to do that. Because it's not going to be what y'all thinking.
And you can tell whenever you're talking to these people that they force themselves to believe this stuff. Like if you mention, even though all of us seen with our eyes what happened on January the 6th, we seen the violence, we seen the brutality, we seen the shitting in the hallways, we seen them people with their feet on Nancy Pelosi desk, we seen all of that stuff. But if you talk to them, they will force themselves to say that they were just peacefully walking through the Capitol. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's crazy.
It's crazy. And what do we love here that the American people love to talk about? Freedom of speech. Freedom of expression. That's the American motto. Even though a lot of people don't understand, consequences come with it, but you are free to do it. If this here stuff takes place, that's gone.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, is that you, ABC? I see that you called in. Did you want to say something? I guess not. But yeah, these people are
Hey,
nuts.
yeah, that's,
Go ahead.
that's me, but I ain't really got nothing to say. Y'all crazy as hell. You don't know what you're talking about. That's about all I got to say.
What do you one of these people who blindly believe this dumb shit that is going on right now. So I think that you should share with us why is it so easy for you to be convinced that, the Republicans know what the hell they doing.
Well, that's the first problem, man, is you making it about the partisanship, and that's what you always on.
Okay.
Your backup singers, y'all always on the partisanship. It ain't about that, man. It's about, Alicia just said, the freedom of speech. Okay, who's threatening our freedom of speech? The freedom to have control of your own body. Who's threatening that with mandating vaccines and shit? Everything that you care about is it's under threat with all of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more under threat with the current guy that's in office and his regime. The wars.
Let me push back on you a little bit. Let me push back on you, because all of those freedoms that you're talking about that got cut away, the mandate the vaccines, the social media cutbacks, all of those things happened up under the Trump administration, ABC. Not one time under the Biden administration did they restrict anything. As a matter of fact, when Joe Biden got into office, those restrictions were lifted. So once again, you're delusional because none of that stuff happened up under Biden, and everything that you're talking about happened up under Trump. The shutdowns, the mandates, and all of that shit. All that shit happened up under Trump. ABC.
And the vaccines. Can I add this? You did not have to get the vaccine if you didn't want to.
Yeah.
They did not say you're going to be locked up if you don't get the vaccine. You didn't have to get it. They said that when it comes to hospitals, nursing homes, and government agencies, you can't work here unless you have the vaccine, because they have to protect the other employees. The hospitals have to protect. But you don't have to get them. No.
But see, he's delusional because he's trying to blame the Biden administration, but none of that shit happened up under the Biden administration. So once again, you need to speak towards that, because your last comment was saying this administration is taking away your freedoms when it was the other administration who actually enacted restrictions, ABC.
All right, this thing
happened. And you didn't have to get the vaccines either. You didn't have to.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I know. If you had your exemption and, apply for it and all this kind of stuff. But it had to go to the Supreme Court. It had to go to the Supreme Court to knock it down, because the president mandated that any company that had 100 employees or more were going to be required to get it. And he was going to use the Labor Department to do it and all this kind of shit. So people fought back, took it to court. It had to go to the Supreme Court. The district court knocked it down twice, and then it had to go to Supreme Court. And that's all.
Okay, you
go ahead.
You still not answering this. You never had to get the vaccine. You just can't work this particular job if you don't.
Okay,
you don't
so what's the point? What's the point of that? What's the point? What are you trying to say?
The point
that it was all good?
Okay, I'm not understanding where the gap is still happening, where you're not getting this.
No. I totally get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. They didn't come and inject it in your arm. No, hold on a second. Let me tell you how I understand what you're saying. Hold on. Let me tell you what I'm saying. Everything you said there, you did. You were not forced to get it. You were not. You're absolutely 1,000% right. Elisa is right. Now, what they did do was they said, if you work at a job and they got more than 100 employees, you're going to have to get it, unless you got this exemption, religious or medical or something like that. But they were holding this over everybody's head, and all these people got it. People that didn't want to get it, they were getting nurses and policemen, and people got fired because they didn't want to take it. So, but you don't have to take it; just get fired. You figure out a way to live. Yeah, you don't have to. So you're right. So just be fired and live on the street or some shit. You don't have to take it. No. You don't have to take it. Elisa's right. You don't have to take it. You just be a bum. You just be begging people for food and money. Get kicked out your house, but you don't have to take it. So
All
you're
right.
right, Elisa. You
Okay,
don't have
so
to
let
take it.
me see who this unknown caller is.
But you don't have to take it.
Who is this unknown caller?
Because you all try to make it sound
with
like
you. You don't have to take it. I agree.
have to take it. There you go.
All right.
So stop saying that you had to take it. And freedom of speech, nobody restricted
Hey,
your freedom of speech.
I apologize.
what-
You do not have to take it. You did not have to take it. When the president mandated it, you did not have to take
The
it. I
president ain't never
apologize
mandate
for
nothing.
mistake.
Who's this unknown caller?
It's me who's about to set your goddamn ass straight.
Oh, Jesus.
'Cause I've had it. I've had all I can stand, and I can't stand no damn more.
Tyrone, could you hold them up for a minute? Because
Yeah,
I'm
hold
getting
on
ready
for a
to
minute,
go.
Sarge.
Because the shouting and the screaming get ready to start. And
You're gonna scream and debate. Because if you go mute me again, I'm just gonna hang up. I ain't gonna do that. He wants to let other people ramble on. He mutes me in a heartbeat.
You're talking.
Okay. Anyway, and as far as freedom of speech, a lot of people don't quite have the understanding of freedom of speech. That freedom of speech doesn't cover private industry, but you still got freedom of speech there too. You just might get fired. But where does freedom of speech does cover, you can say whatever you want. That does not mean you won't have consequences from what you said. You might have people get mad. You might have people stop buying your products, support you, whatever. This freedom of speech has always came. It's a responsibility because it does not come without consequences. And a lot of people they don't. But a lot of people don't get that.
Well, what was the Twitter files about, Elisa? What was the Twitter files about?
What was it?
Well, the Twitter files, once again, Elisa just said it. That was a private industry, and they was handling their company however they wanted to handle their company. You are being a dictator if you want to go into Twitter and tell them how to run that company. So all of that Twitter stuff, was this conspiracy saying that the government was controlling it. That was not true. The person that was really trying to tell Twitter what to do was Donald Trump, because he mandated that Twitter take down negative tweets about him. As the president, he did that. So that's who was trying to run Twitter.
You're delusional. You know good and damn well the Biden's administration, the DOJ, and all of these people. They had hearings on this stuff.
Okay, so let's do this right here.
They were in there telling Twitter and Facebook and these people, hey, you need to pull that down. You need to pull that down.
This.
And plus, the government is giving them that what's that number 230, that law 230 or something, where they're responsible for this or that, and they're giving them a freebie.
Okay,
but
so
they're holding that over their head. Hey, maybe if you don't take this down, we get rid of this law that you benefit from.
So watch this right here. Now I want you to listen to me carefully. Now you just talked about the Twitter files, right? Now you blew off my question earlier, talking about freedoms up under Biden and Trump, and they got taken up under Trump. You blew that off. Now watch this right here with the Twitter files. Up under what administration did the Twitter files happen, ABC?
It happened under Biden.
No, it did not.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
No, it didn't. The Twitter file happened up under Donald Trump, ABC. Stop it.
So when did it start? And who's the people that Trump had doing all this stuff?
It started up under the Trump administration. What happened, I'm trying to tell you, shut up. I know you can't stand this country boy give you these facts. But what happened was, while Twitter existed up under the old leadership, Twitter was doing what they were doing. They were policing their tweets and all this kind of stuff. And that's when people were getting mad like you, saying that you're getting banned and you don't have free speech and all this kind of bullshit. So when Elon Musk took over those banned tweets and all that kind of bullshit, he went back and he tried to find them and expose them and all that kind of bullshit. But that was while Trump was the president. But when Biden became the president, that's when Elon Musk took over and started exposing all the stuff. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, but hold on, just one second. And I'm going to get off and let somebody else, because I know people are trying to get in there. Just very simply, you didn't give me like the time frame. So COVID happened. This is when all this stuff started occurring, all the censorship.
Under
And
Trump,
I don't have any
under
doubt.
Trump administration.
Hold on.
Okay.
I don't have any doubt that there's always been some kind of censorship. But under COVID is when they had mass censorship where you couldn't say keywords and all this kind of stuff. And you couldn't question what was going on. So that's under COVID. That was in 2020. That was the last year of Trump. So when did Trump's administration start this the whole thing with the Twitter files? Who did he have up there that was in there with the people? We saw the hearings.
Okay.
What people were under Trump who were doing this stuff?
Okay, so let's get the time frame right. You said COVID. COVID got a second part to its name. It's called COVID-19. You got that? So COVID-19 in 19, Trump was the goddamn president. You idiot.
Come on, man. Don't use that. We know that nothing was going on until 2020. Well, seriously, nothing was going on until 2020. You was living your life. Nobody was talking about a virus in 2019. Just tell us the people, man. You keep skirting around the subject. Who are the people under Trump who was pushing all this shit?
You know what? You're delusional. Let me let Sarge in here because
you ain't got the answer because you lying.
Because you're not in touch with reality. What's up, Sarge?
All right, now look here. Just let me look. A minute and 30 seconds. That's about all I need. Don't interrupt me. Okay. And keep your finger off that damn mute button. Okay. All right, look. One thing that irritates the hell out of me is this goddamn references to what we're doing today as being Nazi-esque. And the facts of the matter when it comes to the Third Reich and Nazism, they were National Socialists. The word is socialist. They believed in free health care and guaranteed jobs. They confiscated wealth and they spent huge amounts of money in public education. They purged the church out of public policy. They promoted heathen spirituality. They exerted the authority of the state in every nook and cranny of daily life. They declared war on smoking. They supported abortion, euthanasia, and gun control. They hated the free market. They had generous pensions for elderly folks. They maintained a strict racial quota in their universities where they had all kinds of campus speech codes. They led the world in organic farming and alternative medicine. Hitler was a vegetarian, and Himmler was an animal rights activist. The Volkischer Beobachter wrote a complimentary article on FDR saying that he was a guy who's implemented a lot of our programs that we have with the Kraft-Freude program, meaning strength through joy. They looked at Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal and said, this is what we're doing in Germany. We admire the hell out of him. W.E.B. Du Bois admired Hitler and wrote things praising him. So did Irving Berlin and other liberals like him praised Benito Mussolini. All kinds of progressives like John Dewey and Woodrow Wilson, they incorporated fascist policies in a ring. You can look at the Nazi program and you'll see near exact parallels. And that includes today on the campuses all over where these crazy radicals are howling about killing Jews and wiping the Zionists into the sea. Are you kidding me? I know better, and you ought to too. This is ridiculous. But you get away with this all the time because nobody challenges you. And I will because I know better.
Hitler was a Christian.
Bullshit. He was born a Catholic. He was raised a Catholic by his mother, who was a devout Catholic. But if you read his writings, he rejected Christianity as a religion that was amenable to turning the other cheek, and he admired Islam because he said that was the religion of the warrior. It's in Mein Kampf. You ought to read it so you'll know something.
Okay, so just so the audience to know, Catholicism is Christianity. I just want people to know.
See, this is what I mean. Just ignore everything I say and just go on as the talking point.
Well, I just wanted to know that he was a Christian.
That's what I never seen nothing like you. This is all you leftists do. You don't know anything about anything, and then when people try to bring you actual facts about things, you just skip right behind and go to something else to change the subject.
Okay, so let's say
that's why we're going to beat you. That's why we're going to beat you this November because you don't know anything and you think you do.
So
you just throw out unsubstantiated, unfounded accusations against people that you don't like. Now you try to say this Project 25 is exactly the same thing as Hitler negotiating the Munich Pact and then marching into Czechoslovakia. Bullshit.
So are you?
You know better. I know better, and we definitely are going to say better.
So are you saying that Hitler's policies was equal to the left policies?
Zena, you heard what I just said. Stop it. Stop setting up straw man. I've already knocked him over.
Okay, I was just trying to get some clarification on what you were saying there.
You know damn well what I'm saying, and I said it loud and clear. You tell me I say it too damn loud. What the hell? What's the matter with your hearing? Do I need to yell louder?
No, I was just trying to get some clarification.
Okay, I was quite clear in what I said, where I pointed out the parallels between the leftists of today and the National Socialists of yesterday. And I can back up what I say 1,000% because I'm a student of this stuff. So when I can tell people, let's not let it happen again.
So I just want y'all to know that the Nazis was a right-wing political movement.
What did I just say? Socialism is a left-wing philosophy. They were socialists. They were to the right of communists, but they were still left-wingers.
Okay, once again,
they were simply to the right of communists. They weren't as left-wing as communists. They were socialists.
Sorry.
What's wrong with your hearing? Why are you in such trouble with this?
Trump is the new Hitler of our time. That's all.
Yeah,
He's the new
So
Hitler.
you just throw it out there, and as though it's supposed to stick. Well, it doesn't stick with anybody who knows better. Look at the way he governed the country, because the way he governed the country is completely at odds with what you say.
Listen, Sarge.
Well, I don't want to argue with you. I just want the people to know.
No, well, you can argue with me, but you're going to lose. All you got is a mute button. That's the only thing you got.
Why you keep talking about the mute button?
Because you do it, you let these other people ramble for days. They don't say the same thing over it 50,000 times. You just let them ramble. I got right to the point.
Okay, so I just want people to know, like I said, the majority of scholars identify Nazism in both theory and practice.
I don't care what they do. Okay. Read the agenda.
I'm trying to share with people. The majority of scholars.
Read Mein Kampf. Read it.
Why? I didn't cut you off. Now you always got to cut you off. I didn't cut you off. Now,
well, you don't tell me about somebody who wants to see. You got to remember what the agenda of these leftists who try to say Adolf Hitler was a right winger. They don't want to be identified with the policies of Nazism because they know that if you examine them, they are the ones who are closer to being Nazis than conservatives.
Okay, so will you please shut up?
Can I go after you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can
if
I
he
go
hush.
after you?
Okay. Listen, the positions of the Nazis, the majority of scholars identify Nazism, both theory and practice, as they call it, far-right politics.
So lies.
Okay.
They are lies. Bring your scholar on with me and I'll kick his ass.
You know what, Elisa, you can go ahead. This man is not going to let
Bring any of your scholars on and let me have Adam. We'll have it out in a debate and I will whip their asses because that's untrue. Read Mein Kampf. Read it.
Okay, Sarge, can you please calm down for 1 second, please? All I'm saying is Hitler was right wing, you're right wing. Go ahead, Elisa.
I don't care what your scholars say.
Go ahead, Elisa.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Nazism is when it's classified as a socialism, but it was National Socialism. So that's a difference right there, Sarge. That you're leaving right, and it is a far right wing totalitarian.
No, it isn't.
Yes, okay, man.
No, it isn't.
Okay, Sarge, you gotta let people talk, man.
The Nazi regime was completely against leftist liberalism. And you see, that's what y'all do. That's what y'all do. Y'all try to merge and mix it up. You know this. And I know you know this. You know this. And for you all to come out and say that Nazism is liberalism, is leftist liberalism, because it's classified as socialism, but it's classified as National Socialism. That is the difference. That's the difference. And you know this. And I hate like when you all say that there was no switch between the parties, the Democrats and the Republicans. When you all try to tell that lie, it's that type of stuff that you all do. And that's the stuff that I do not, or just me personally, I do not respect. Yes, Nazism was socialism, but it was National Socialism. They were so far from the liberal type of socialism that you can't get no further than that. And you're trying to fuse the two. And it's dishonest. It's dishonest to do that.
I never said that National Socialism is precisely the same as Marxism or communism because it isn't. You are right. It does. It does. Hey, I'm going to explain to you the difference. Right, while you're getting shrill, I will explain the difference. There's the distinction. The difference is that National Socialism is nationalistic, whereas Marxism is internationalistic, and therefore it has appealed to a broader range of people. But as even Stalin himself said about Adolf Hitler in his private conversations, in Germany, our communist elements, which was called the Rote Front, they were the ones who were opposing the Nazis as they came to power in the late 1920s and early 1930s. He said, we are appealing to the same audience, except for the internationalist aspect of Marxism and communism. That is the only real distinction. National Socialism was racial and exclusive, and communism was international socialism. But beyond that, they had infinitely more in common than they had difference.
Hey, listen, guys. Let me just say this, Elisa. Listen, here's the difference between the ideologies, and you can hear it here on the phone. And you
I just gave you a good one. I just gave you a significant distinction.
Please stop cutting me off and let me teach the people. Here it is. It says generally the left wing is characterized by an emphasis on ideals such as freedom, equality, fraternity, rights, progress, reform, and internationalism. While the right wing is characterized while the right wing is characterized by the emphasis on notions such as authority, hierarchy, order, duty, tradition, and reaction to nationalism. So that's the difference between you and I, left and right, and it just breaks it down right there. Hitler believed
again.
It, like Lisa's saying, the nationalism thing, and we believe in freedoms and equality. I mean, that's just what the fuck it is, Sarge.
Well, see, that's what you say you believe in. That's not true. But the thing of it is that Hitler was opposed every single conservative institution in Germany. I mean, every one of them he was opposed to as he instituted a radical form of culture, society, and government. He was opposed to the church. He was opposed to the, let me finish now. He was opposed to the Prussian aristocracy. He was opposed to the monarchy. He was opposed to the clergy and the loyally professional class. Every conservative institution in Germany he opposed, and in fact, he overturned during his regime. He was a radical, every bit as much of a radical as Lenin was, every bit as much of a radical as Marx was. He was radical. He was nothing about him was conservative. Not a thing.
So hold on for a second. I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. He opposed the right and the left wing, and this thing said.
No. The right, not the left.
Okay,
he opposed communists, though.
I'm reading what the damn thing said. He opposed the right and the left wing, and he called himself a centrist. His movement a centrist, right? So, but
no, he didn't. No, he never said. No, he didn't. He said the goal of national socialism is to eliminate all. No. He said this publicly in speeches. The goal of national socialism is to eliminate all opposition political parties in Germany. I can play you the speech where he said it.
Okay, I'm reading.
All the political opposition in Germany is to be eliminated, right and left.
That's what I just said. Now be quiet. Now you just said what I just said. But that doesn't mean the way he governed wasn't right. Okay, can I please finish? That just because he denies it, that doesn't mean the way he governed wasn't right wing, Sarge. Because right wing has a.
What was right wing about it? Give me the most right wing thing about his government, then, if you believe it. What was the most right wing thing he did?
The authoritarian way he fucking led the goddamn.
Wait a minute. So the communist Joseph Stalin wasn't authoritarian.
Sarge, listen, you said you don't want to be.
Was Mao Zedong authoritarian?
Sarge, you said you don't want to be muted, but every time I fucking talk, you cut me off. So please don't do that, and I won't mute you. Now shut the fuck up and let me answer this call. Who's this call right here? So you got me cussing. Who's this caller right
here? Yeah. I just wanted to add a couple of things when you guys are done.
Oh, well, let me go ahead and finish this right here. But there's a difference between the right wing way of doing things and what the right has a habit of doing, because they like the word freedom and they like the word equality. They want to try to take those words for themselves and say that that's what the right wing stands for when it's not what they stand for. It's like they stand for nationalism. They stand for authoritarian leadership and this order and this duty and tradition. That's what the right stands for. You can't just confiscate the left's political ideology and say that it's right wing, and that's what you're trying to do here on this phone is mix and match the two ideologies, and they don't go together. Sarge, go ahead, Joe.
The intellectual forebear of Adolf Hitler, he said his intellectual forebear was Benito Mussolini. Benito Mussolini founded modern day fascism. He was a communist before he founded fascism. He was inspired by communism. He said so. He wrote it. And Adolf Hitler simply took the tenets of Italian fascism and molded them with what he believed was Germanic nationalism. You don't seem to understand this because you've been given all this propaganda about these people all your life, and you know these simplistic. But what I advise your side to do is just leave the Third Reich out of it altogether, because any real comparison will bring your side uncomfortably too close to them. You should eschew it all together and stop trying to pull it off, because people who know better are not fooled by it.
All right, so Joe, hold on for 1 second.
People who know better are not fooled by you.
Listen, I'm gonna finish with what I was reading earlier.
But you're constantly bringing up Hitler. You guys are.
Because you act like him. So
and you're wrong.
I'm gonna finish with what I was reading earlier. So okay, it said.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Some of the stuff Sarge is saying is true. A lot of it he is fusing and promoting propaganda. Oh, and Hitler was one of the greatest. And Hitler was an animal rights activist. That he was. Go ahead.
All right, so let me say this right here. Listen, guys, this is just right here. I don't give a shit what Sarge is saying. It said the majority of scholars identify Nazism in both theories in both theory and practice as a form of right-wing politics. Right. The far-right themes in Nazism include an argument that superior people have the right to dominate others and purge society of its supposed inferior elements. Who the hell does that sound like? Adolf Hitler and other proponents denied that Nazis were either left-wing or right-wing. Instead, they officially portrayed Nazism as a centrist movement. In Mein Kampf, Hitler directly attacked both the left and the right in politics in Germany. Now listen, just because he said that doesn't mean that the movement, the actions of those political parties was not right-wing. Their conduct was a right-wing goddamn party. And that's why the scholars and other people say that, you know, it was a far-right movement, because that's what the fuck it was. Just because you deny it don't mean that ain't how you're acting. And that's what the hell the right does in this country. And that's what Sarge is trying to do on this phone by saying one thing while he conducted himself in another manner. But go ahead.
Here's the fallacy in your understanding. The fallacy in your understanding is that the left is not authoritarian. I didn't say they were identical, because they're not identical. I said they share more in common than they do that is different. That's what I said.
Okay.
And they are just as every bit as authoritarian as the Nazis were or the Italian fascists were. Every single bit as much, if not more.
Well, you just made that up. Go ahead, Joe. That's
bullshit. Oh, you making it up, and you know, but you just fall for all the ignorant propaganda you've been fed down your throat probably the last 30 years.
Go ahead.
You've done no study at all.
Go ahead, Joe. Let Joe talk, because you making up shit.
If the left was that authoritarian, Trump would already be in jail.
Yeah,
but neither here nor there.
There you go.
They're working on it. They, unlike Hitler, they don't have complete control yet. But believe me, they're working on putting him in jail. If they had complete control, he would be in jail.
Let Joe finish.
Yeah, but I think what things you guys are missing is this. You know, America basically has this new brand of thing called Christian nationalism. And that's something that the Nazis didn't have, nor the Italians. And this is a new thing, because we actually, in fact, that whole Christian national movement has a lot more in common with the Taliban than anything else. In fact, they're referred to as the American Taliban. So, you know, I mean, it's nice to hear these debates and everything, but you have to factor in that Christian, the evangelical element. That's a real powerful thing here in America. And if they get power, you will see oppression like you would not believe. Look, they already have convinced these people that there's some sort of war on Christians. I don't know where they get that from, but they already convinced these people that there's some kind of persecution of Christians going on here in America. I don't know where they get that from either. But that propaganda that they're selling, you know, is powerful. These people really, truly believe, you know, that if something goes down, there's going to be a war, a Christian against everybody else war.
Yeah.
So it's that Christian nationalism element you have to factor in.
All right, so guys, I want y'all to pay attention to this because, like I said, sorry, Clyde, authoritarian socialism or socialist from the above is the economic and political system supporting some form of socialist economy, right? And rejecting political pluralism. As a term, it represents a set of economic political systems describing themselves as socialist and rejecting the liberal democrat concept. So of multi-party, freedom of assembly, habeas corpus, and freedom of expressions, either due to the fear of the counter-revolution or as a means to socialist ends. So when you say that the liberals are authoritarian or the left is authoritarian, it's not in the fucking definition, and you're twisting up shit. So stop doing that. Good Lord. Oh my God.
Yeah, you saw such a multiplicity of parties in Mao's China or Russia or Soviet Union, because there was a whole lot of opposition parties to the Communist Party now, wasn't there?
Oh God.
All over the place. You know, they had libertarians, they had independents, didn't they? They had them all, East Germany, North Korea, and Cuba. There were all these political parties to oppose the Communist Party, right? No. There wasn't. They share more in common than they have different.
Comparing apples to oranges,
I just want the people to know that.
Says you.
I just want the people.
Says
to know
you. I don't think so. I think I'm dead on the money.
Okay, I just want the people to know that the left is not authoritarian. Go ahead, Elisa.
Okay, whatever.
Any group that adheres to racial hierarchy, you can't get that so far right until it just fell off the damn map. You can't get no more far right than that. Anyone that adheres to racial hierarchy, and that's what Nazism, Nazi socialism, Nazi authoritarianism, Nazi fascism, that's what that was. Now, it just blows the mind that someone would try to do and blur the lines and compare that. That is just crazy. That is crazy.
Well, I would do that and support all kind of evidence to support it. Look at today. Where do you think the concept intersectionality comes from? That comes from racial hierarchies, and it is something the left is pushing in every aspect of our lives today. Intersectionality, look up the concept. Look up the concepts behind the legal theory that is critical race theory. It embodies these leftist principles. You're the one who wants to ignore the specifics of these philosophies. You just give me these vague slogans. They don't examine the actual philosophies and principles behind these movements. I am.
Oh, Jesus. So you go lying about
but
critical race theory.
you understand them wrong. You know, Russia came out of a monarchy and went pretty much straight into a socialist economy. They didn't know what democracy was. They didn't know what individual freedoms were. They had no experience with that. The same thing with Mao's China. You came from basically feudal lords into communism. They, again, didn't have any real concept of democracy as we know it today. So you're comparing apples to oranges, Sarge, and you're doing it ingenuously. So, you know, that basically makes you kind of full of shit there.
Yeah, I opened Mama's Boy.
How do you explain then the descent
into the Third Reich from the Weimar Socialist regime, or even Bismarck, when Trump became a consolidated nation in 1871?
I think your microphone fell off.
Yeah. What happened to his audio? Something happened to his audio.
Yeah,
I think his earpiece went out. Sorry.
He blew out.
Yeah, his earpiece went out. He's yelling too much.
Hey, but let Mama's Boy go, and he lied about critical race theory, so let me find that. But go ahead, Mama's Boy.
Well, y'all should be used to Sarge blurring the lines by now. The same lines, y'all remember how now white folks say we practicing racism against them now because they're the minority. So, you know, now all of a sudden their own country is practicing racism against them because there's just not enough of them. That's why you had that big ass fucking riot down there in South Carolina. Jews will not replace us. Jews will not replace us. You know, the great replacement theory, that's some more shit that your boy Tucker Carlson came up with. That's the very thing that got Sarge blurring the lines. He had lines blurred to him. He think he white. He think Jews will not replace him. You know what I'm saying? so ain't nothing you can do with that. You know, that man, you know, he's gonna fight harder for the white man than the white man will fight.
You are incapable of making an objective argument, aren't you, mama's boy? Because one thing I've noticed about this guy, he is absolutely incapable of making an objective argument on the argument's merits. He always has to personalize it because he can't make that argument. That's why what I am doing is say you're taking a one-day riot at Charlottesville, and you look at these fascists on this college campus who day after day after day espouse one fascist principle after another and completely ignore it. And they're being supported in that respect by the administrators. Fuck you, nigga. Good night. Go to hell, you lousy bastard. Fuck you. You don't want to know shit, and you don't know shit either. And I done whip your ass tonight, and you know it. Fuck you. I ain't doing this shit no more. Go to hell.
Tyrone.
Go ahead.
Can I finish?
No, you can. I was going to ask you a question. I was going to ask you a question, Mama Boy. What was you getting ready to say? That he'll fight harder for the white man than what now?
He'll fight harder. Yeah. Well, I've always said this about Sarge. Sarge is the magnum cum laude of manumission candidates. There'll never be a better meritorious manumission candidate than Sarge. Sarge will die under the rubble of the house trying to put the fire out. Okay?
Yeah, but see, and I'm glad he called because that's an example of what's going on in this country. Is that they take all the good ideas from the left, right? The freedom and equality and all, and then they try to wedge that into the way the right wing thinks. When the right wing, all they want is authoritarian control, tradition, and all that kind of bullshit. They try because they like the way it sounds. Because they like the way freedom sounds, because they like the way justice sounds, because they like the way equality sounds, they try to say that's a right-wing ideology, and it's not. You know, they want to be controlled.
They like socialism.
Right.
They like socialism. So it's kind of funny when on the surface he says he's against socialism, right? But when you deep down know he enjoyed taking socialism just like anybody else, it makes you think since he's saying that Hitler was a socialist, right? It makes you think when you hear the Republican Party talking now, knowing that you know Tyrone and I know they like socialism. Well, what do you think they gonna implement in America if Trump, this 2025 is national socialism?
Right. Right, it's the same way they do when Black History Month comes around, MLK Day comes around. They embrace MLK, but they're the ones that wanted. They're the one that called him a communist. They're the ones that didn't allow him to march. They're the ones that you know pushed back on everything Martin Luther King stood for. But now today that the man's gone, they try to embrace it's bullshit. They try to fool you with one hand and show you the other hand behind their back or whatever. It's just
well, I'll give you a pretty good example, Tyrone. Because people are coming into being educated, unlike ever before, because of the internet and everything, Christianity is taking a hit, right? And the right wing will take that statistic and say there's a war against God,
right?
And now you got them running up in the Capitol, thinking that they stopping this war against God. You understand? But it's just the demographics.
No, it's just
different.
People becoming more educated. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's it. It's just people are changing. People are changing. They're not following. I mean, I listen. Once you do the math that we've been living under this Christianity for 450 years, and we ain't made not one stitch of progress in this country. It may be a good religion for the white man, but it ain't good for us.
No, I mean, to be honest with you, and I ain't shitting on nobody. Those are antiquated ideas of humans
Yes.
that was in fear of nature and didn't understand the world around them. And I don't think it's good for
Well, we know
anybody.
that, Tyrone.
But
I mean, the whole concept sounds juvenile like that. I mean, even Sarge sounds like a 3-year-old sometimes with the way he agrees with 3-year-old, shit that, I mean, if they don't like it, then we'll take it. If you can't hear me, I'm gonna yell at you. Since you get it through your thick skull, that's some 3-year-old mentality. But
yeah,
that's the basis of the Nazi Germany that y'all are sitting here talking about. Since you can't do it right, I'm gonna force you to do it right. Who says what you saying is correct? And that was the problem with Hitler.
well, yeah,
He
they
was
believe in
wrong.
less. They believe in less freedom for everybody, but they want to run around and say that they want everybody to be free and freedom. That's what ABC said when he called in a while ago. Who's taking our freedoms? Well, that was up under the Trump administration. But that's neither here nor there. But their ideology is telling them that they supposed to dictate what you do. That's why ABC come on here and tell the people how they supposed to be married, this nuclear family, and who's supposed to be in the house and who's supposed to be at work. That's why they try to control women, because they want to tell people what the fuck to do.
Exactly.
The other side, just don't hurt nobody. While you smoking that damn blunt, don't drive a car. Enjoy yourself. It's clear as day who want to tell people and take away freedoms and who don't want to.
Exactly.
Well, I hate to bum everybody out, but I like to take it to the basics, and I think that's the argument we always get with these right-wing black people that come on to the show, is that the liberal leaves you the fuck alone and makes money off of you.
Mm-hmm.
The Republican, they hold you down and make money off of you. That's how it works, right there.
Yeah, because I mean, to be honest with you, from the left, you don't really want to be in nobody's business. I don't want to be in nobody's business, but they want to be all up in your damn business.
Well, Mama's boy, if you think about it like this, from the liberal side, you will never hear them say, we need to take back our country.
Well, that's true.
That's true. That is true.
Think about that for a minute. Think about that statement. I mean,
man, you said it all in the words, Joe. You said it all in the words. And you actually hear the authoritarian concept and behavior when Sarge is on the line. He wants to tell everybody, no, it don't matter who talks. He wants to tell everybody the right way to think about it. And this is how you did you read Mein Kampf? You ain't got to read Mein Kampf. You watched what Hitler do. What the fuck you got to read Mein Kampf for?
Yeah, and if we just and carrying on with the conversation we just had, we just discussed Project 2025. That is a playbook of how these people want to dictate what the fuck Americans do. They want to take away your goddamn freedom, take away jobs, install authoritarian leaders, and tell people what to do in this goddamn country.
What to do.
Control your ass.
Tell them what to do. Oh, and can I add this? Like, look, Mama's boy was saying, and we all know this, that Christianity, religion, period, all of the religions took a hit.
Mm-hmm.
And that was after science, with medicine, different things, cures, whatever, started taking quantum leaps. Of course, religion is going to take a hit when that happens. Of course, that's going to be. And as the people got more educated, of course, religion is going to take an even deeper hit. That's just common sense. That is progress. That's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that is. It's really, it explains it simple, but they say it's a war instead of people are becoming more educated. Science has taken quantum leaps, and people, they don't rely on back when they thought thunder and lightning was God banging on, or they thought, or back when they believed the moon was made out of green cheese and lightning was God was mad, and when they thought he was mad and throwing this, and the rain was his tears. After that was
But see, I realized that there was a need for that type of thinking back then, I guess.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I mean, people evolve and thinking evolves, and people grow out of that type of stuff, you know. But
Well, that's why that's the to me, that's why I use the analogy of using a boat to cross a lake, but once you cross the lake, still staying in the boat, you're gonna have to get out of that boat to traverse the land. Or you're going to carry that boat while you're traversing the land, which sounds very stupid, as backwards. You're going to move slower carrying that boat, which to me, the boat to me in America for black folks is Christianity or religion or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? We use that religion to make it through Jim Crow, slavery, and all that shit. And somehow we think it's going to continue to save us in this new America that we in. And we don't need to carry it no more. It's got us docile and homicidal to each other instead of to our enemy. But nevertheless, I think it's outdated. But I mean, we hear it in brothers like Sarge, so to speak. He's agnostic, but he's got most of all the Christian behavior that's authoritarian.
Right.
We watched the Christians do the Crusades. There's a history book here, you know, and that's some more of that damn forced socialism. That was Hitler before Hitler. Goddamn Pope.
Well,
but
we see why people are following that orange idiot, because I mean, there's no common sense. You can't talk no common sense. Uh-oh.
No.
That's cult behavior. You know what I'm saying? Deny thyself and do what I tell you.
Anything you ever thought before
forget about
what
that.
I say. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can still think that way away
boy.
from me, but when I tell you to do something, damn it, none of exactly.
Yeah, you gotta land the plane, though, mama's boy. You ain't land the plane. It's that religion plus racism.
Oh,
that's
well.
the key factor there.
Well, I mean, that was the beginning in the first place, right? That's when the whole world went fucked up. When white men were sent all across the world to you know, I mean, this whole world is a Christian, this whole, and you have the right to go anywhere in this world, and those that aren't Christian, you can take their shit because you got hierarchy, you know, and that's where you get that's where you get the racism and shit working for you now, because you coming with,
and this is
you
why
coming with power.
Yeah, this is why there's a war on education, because when you educate people, they start to question that shit. And so, you know, when they start to question that shit, that's when you get opposition. And what power does not want is a energized, smart opposition. Look at the protests that are going on college campuses now. You know, that is a smart opposition, because what they're saying, what those people are saying, is basically true. you know. But if they were to silence those protests, then they can continue blindly supporting Israel, no matter what Israel does. So these students are basically saying, hey, well, we're not against Israel. We're against what Israel is doing right now. And so, it doesn't make sense to them right now. But that's not the narrative that you hear. Sarge even repeated it earlier. He said something about, going against the Jews or killing Jews. No, nobody's doing that. They're basically saying, don't commit this genocide while we watch you do it. Don't commit this genocide, to these people that have nothing to do with whatever your grievance or grief is. So, that's all I'm saying. You have to factor in that racism. Real quick, the other day I saw a debate, and they were talking about technically the southern states should be the richest states in the union based on the resources that they have. But they're not. They're the poor states in the union. And why? Because they never let go of their racism, and they're steeped in religion. Yep. So they'd rather hold on to that than become prosperous states. And that says a whole lot, and it says a whole lot about America itself. And again, it all boils down to that Christian nationalism. They believe this country is theirs. And we're just here.
We stole it fair and square. That's what it was. That's how they. If you actually watch their behavior, the reason why you make that statement is because their behavior is that exactly. We stole this country fair and square.
All right,
Sarge
guys.
even said, Mike Nick's right. He said this numerous times.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead, Tyrone. We can hear you.
Well, I was getting ready to tell you, I was getting ready to open it up. I'm on here kind of late tonight, so I appreciate everybody for calling in.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Sister Lisa, we got rid of the screaming Biddy. But
well, it's strange, Tyrone. He left. He thought because I was saying something, but I wasn't saying anything. Jay New York was.
He does that. I don't know. That's some performative. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Man, it's exactly what I told y'all it was when I first met Sarge. Bullshit.
Yeah.
More bullshit.
It is what it is. But
but it's just crazy, that him, Alma, and these guys all respond to what they perceive as strongmen. You notice that? They all respond to that. And, I guess if you're already strong, you look at them motherfuckers and say, what? No. But, if you're a weak-minded person.
They're fucking delusional. Yeah. ABC called in earlier screaming about Biden shut down the country and took away freedoms. And I was just pointed out to him, all that shit happened up under COVID. The shutdowns and all that kind of shit. But he got this mental block to where he can't register the reality of when the shutdowns happen and all that kind of stuff, and who actually opened the economy back up.
Tucker Carlson doesn't tell him.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Tucker Carlson doesn't tell him. Tucker Carlson will tell him, you need to shit on yourself and smear it around, and that'll kill COVID, and he'll do it. He'll do it. I guarantee you, he'll do it.
Well, all of them got, and Sarge yelling about Hitler is a leftist. What the fuck? Hitler is a leftist?
Yeah.
Where the hell that come from?
Bro, that's a delusional way of trying to excuse your attitude towards some shit. That's how you justify fucked up ass mentality right there.
Well, that's how they twisting Donald Trump's mentality when
he
gets
Mr. Lisa,
in and all the foul shit that he's doing.
But
go ahead.
But Jay, twisting Donald Trump's mentality. I mean, that's a far stretch to try to twist Adolf Hitler. He's socialist. He's closer to the leftist. And, that's just crazy to me.
Yeah, but see, what they're trying to do is because they know that their politics is on the right, along with Adolf Hitler. They want to disassociate themselves with Adolf Hitler, so they have to twist and turn and contort themselves.
Well, Tyrone, they've done it. They've already done this and do it in this country, so it ain't hard for them to transition it over to Hitler. They always try to convince black people that the Democrats are the racists.
Right.
They marched on Washington in the 20s. They try to use all that old shit like don't nobody read and know what the Republican Party is today.
Well, yeah.
So they try to invite you.
Back then, that was true. Democrats were racist and probably Republicans too.
Yeah, it's
but
true. But those Democrats, but Tyrone, those Democrats are today's Republicans.
Right.
It was a switch.
Right.
It was a switch. The
Right.
party switch.
Yep. So I don't know why they try
But
to
see,
convince people.
they done fucked up though. Yeah, they done fucked up with that Bible that has the Constitution, the Bible, and the Declaration of Independence.
Oh yeah.
They starting to get some pushback on that. They starting to get some Trump's starting to get some serious pushback on that from a lot of pastors.
You can't have an American flag in the damn Bible. Come on,
Yeah,
Joe.
yeah.
With a Trump quote.
Yeah, we
Trump
had
got a
we had
quote in there
plenty
somewhere.
We had plenty of conversations on this show about how sacred that book is, and you're not supposed to do that to that book.
Some people don't care, man.
You putting a constitution in the book where it's talking about war and all this kind of bullshit. You ain't supposed to do that.
I mean, the Bible's so sacred, Tyrone. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. But they're trying it because Hitler is a socialist. Hitler was close to a leftist.
Right.
You got to try it. You got to try it.
Well, the Bible's so sacred that's the reason why you never get the Bible in like different colors and patterns.
Mm-hmm.
The book is always brown or black or white.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's because you have to add all that other shit to the Bible. The Bible don't come that way because it's supposed to be. It's a
holy book,
a religious
What the hell it
document.
is,
You know,
yeah.
it's supposed to be plain. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be plain. It's supposed to be just
me,
that.
an atheist defending their damn book, telling them how to.
That's crazy. That's what we doing, Tyrone, is we're demonstrating we know they religious or religion better than they do.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't even think it's that. I actually think it's that they have that mentality to where if it's against the protocol that I'm pushing right now, it don't matter. The same way that they overlook Trump's infidelities, lies, fraud, bad business, and failed companies that yield him to be a lot broker than they thought they overlook all that because they have that nationalist agenda at the end of the day.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, since Trump already had an administration, right, and he didn't do shit for them, what the fuck is they expecting from another Trump administration? They can't be expecting Donald Trump to do anything for them. And I don't
Whatever
get it.
he did last time, but worse.
That's the grip, though. That's the grip,
But also
Tyrone.
I think it's a mental high for him.
No.
People, it's almost, and they're gonna get their money. I think that some people are gonna do
It
that
ain't even that, Jay.
scamming on the side too.
Y'all talked about it earlier. It ain't that. It's being in proximity of power, or being really close to power. Okay, now listen to me, y'all. See, if you're already repping the winning team, you look like a genius, don't you? When they win. If you're against the winning team, then you look like an idiot when you lose. If you're in the middle and you say, I don't really know, see, which that's what we're getting right now about a lot of voters, by the way. But I don't really know, you're hedging your bets. Right? You sitting on the fence. You didn't just pick a side like most people do. Well, that's all you having right now with Trump. Okay? These people don't give a fuck about what Trump stands for. They'll make all kinds of excuses for him because they just want him in there because they feel like, hey, he gives me the best proximity to power. Biden don't give me anything. He lets this nation go on in the direction it was going. But Trump, he stops everything, and now I get priority. I get to push what I want to put. Hell, he got abortion changed, I'm going with him. They don't see that's the okie doke. That's the Trump is really good grifter. Well, that's the grift to get you to vote him in again so he can fuck all of us. You know what I'm saying? But they don't see the fuck all of us part. That they'll blow you off, Tyrone, when you tell them this, and that. Oh, he didn't mean that. They'll forgive him because they know at the end of the day, they gonna be closer to power than us.
Some people are masochists too. Some people like to get themselves beat. You know, I think there's a portion. There's some portion.
I didn't know Anthony was gonna come up in the middle of this, but I got it.
But you have a portion of this that they're being taken advantage of, and they know it, and they're okay with it. They're like, yeah, I'll take my money. You know, I mean, it's almost like the way you do in religion. But I say that there's a portion of people also, like what you said, but there's what you got, fanboys. You got people that are fanatics, that they're looking at him like he's some superstar, and they want to be around him. And those politicians are also fans, and they feel partially, I want to be around the power, but I want to feel like I'm around this famous whatever they think he is, you know, and I'm around him. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's a facade, and it's almost like being around a regular TV star or music star. So, you know, just imagine, you know, those people that are in the front audience that always buying the tickets, and they're following you all over the world,
You know what that's called? You know what that's called, Jay New York? That's called a zealot. That's called a zealot. It's just like you have religious zealots, you got Trump zealots.
Right.
So I would put Sarge at the top of that list. You know what I'm saying? Because when you make excuses for bad behavior, you a zealot now.
I think they all in, and it's like the whole concept of a person that's into
well, the reason why
entertainer, man.
The reason why it could be so many different things, but a zealot is a zealot. You know, there's nothing Trump can do wrong. You see what I'm saying? They making this man Warren Jeffs. He didn't even know it. Remember, he stood up in front. He's like, "Wow, I can shoot somebody in the street." He was like, "This is crazy shit." Yeah.
They with it.
Well, not only that, his lawyers went to the Supreme Court and argued that this guy should have immunity from killing people in this country. That is some scary shit. That is some scary shit to have them make that argument all against the Constitution, that there is this one person in this country that is above the fucking law and it's got complete fucking immunity from doing any goddamn thing, including murder of his political rivals. And you know, I don't know how the Supreme Court going to rule on that immunity shit, but just to make that goddamn argument should put fear in the American people, because that's just bullshit.
Well, zealots instill fear. I mean, zealots are dangerous. This is not a joke. They're not jokes. You know, I mean, the Crusades. How many Crusades did they have? Well, those were zealots. They conducted them Crusades. You know, one of those Crusades was called the Children's Crusade. Now, let me let you know what some zealots is going to end up doing to you. They was called the Children's Crusade, and they only sent a few adults to supervise the kids, and they went through the lands, fucking doing their crusade shit with children. And when they finally got out to the water, to the sea, at the end of the damn little crusade, they gave the kids away. They gave the children away. That's a pretty corrupt mind. That's stuck on religion, that code, where you just give your children up like that for benefit, for profit.
But these motherfuckers ain't getting shit from damn Trump. I know you said the perceived proximity, but like a motherfucker like the motherfucker like ABC or a motherfucker like Sarge, they're not getting any goddamn thing. Like literally, they're not getting shit.
It's the perception of getting something. But Tyrone, it's the perception. Okay, you remember Rudy Giuliani, right? Well, Rudy Giuliani worked for Trump for nothing because of what he thought he would get being that close to power.
Yeah, being around.
You see what I'm saying?
That's nutty, man. To say,
It's
but to go
ignorant.
against all you stand for, and to go against the damn country. To be honest with you, I mean,
Doesn't matter.
I know I speak bad about the Constitution and the laws and the racism in this country, but hell, it's still my goddamn country. But just throw all that shit in the garbage for this motherfucker, he's literally sitting in court now, charged with a goddamn crime. He's a fucking criminal. Goddamn. For that motherfucker.
Tyrone, it's pretty much that damn trial is pretty much over with. And from what I see, he getting convicted, bro. It's gonna be his first felony. Cause they can't do shit with Michael Cohen up there. And it doesn't matter how bad they make Michael Cohen look. He brought receipts. He brought the motherfucking paper that him and Weisenberg came up with how he would get paid and how much he would get. 12 payments of $34,000. It's got Allen's handwriting on it and Michael Cohen's handwriting on it. And the testimony that Cohen gave is right after they came up with how much he was getting paid. They walked right on into Trump's office and he okayed it. It's a wrap.
Yeah,
it's over.
It was over with when that first witness came up there with the magazine owner. He pretty much confirmed what Michael Cohen has been saying the whole time. He confirmed what Stormy Daniels been saying. So to me, when that first guy came up there, what was it?
Talking about Pecker?
Yeah,
Pecker fucked it up, bro.
It was a done deal, you know. And then they brought Hope Hicks up there. That lady ain't never said shit. And then she came up there and she testified against Donald Trump. You can't say that those were Jeff Soros plants or whatever the fuck they say they're gonna say, left wing activists. But
can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, Mama's boy, you're right, but it's probably But what's going to happen? They'll appeal the conviction, and then it'll go up to the higher court. And if he loses at that point, they'll appeal all the way up to the Supreme Court. It's delay, and then he'll hopefully, in his mind, be the president. And you can't convict a sitting president. And so, or imprison or convict. So then, they'll want to change the rules so he can stay there forever.
So he can stay in there, yeah.
Well,
he knows he's not going to get. Oh, go ahead.
We got a front seat to how America is changing. Then, God damn, jeez.
I mean, they're like I said, them zealots, they're the most dangerous people. I mean, I remember distinctly, I just can't remember who it was. He was a senator. He's gone now. He was retiring when Manu Raju was interviewing him. But Trump had got caught with that Ukraine shit, dead to rights. And Manu was confronting him about how you gonna vote, on the impeachment when it comes to the Senate. And man, that white dude looked at Manu and said, because what Manu was saying was right. So he couldn't deny it. He's like, he said, you know what? I don't care. I'm still voting for the president. I don't care. He's the best president we ever had. I mean, that makes more sense about the mindset of all these fucking Sarge-likes. They just say how you feel. Quit fucking trying to blow smoke up my ass. Quit trying to tell me it's raining and you peeing on my leg. Just tell me you a sycophant, you a zealot, and you don't care if right or wrong, he's your guy. That's more respectable.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have that conversation too instead of beating around the bush, because then you can have a real conversation about, what you oppose and what you agree on. But for them to pretend like there's something else when they and try to convince you that you're not. It's just like Sarge trying to say Hitler was a leftist. What the fuck is that? I don't get it.
I have a theory on what it is, and it tells you how stupid it is, how much it doesn't make sense. My theory is that they still want to hold on to the prestige of of being a conservative or a Republican. You know, the old prestige where, you know, motherfuckers may not agree with you, but they respected your stance because you wasn't acting like a zealot. So they want to have the zealot life and behavior and conversation, but they still want to be looked on as an honest broker. It's kind of like Christianity or religion or whatever. You know, as people come into, you know, knowing what religion has been to the world and start getting away from it, here comes a preacher trying to tell you it ain't really like that, you know, when you know better.
Well, it's a strange way to live. But look, guys, I got to get off here. And YouTube, if y'all want to call in, y'all go ahead and call into the number. I appreciate everybody for calling in, but I got to get off here. I'll talk to y'all next week, I guess. All right, y'all take it easy. But the lines is open.
Well, thanks for the show, Tyrone.
No problem, man.